Wasted World of Sports, ahoy! Magic Round is on its final day. The final 3 games, starting with my Sharkies in a game that I have no confidence in whatsoever. Very little faith. The Canberra Raiders are one of the bogey teams, one of the many that the Sharks have. They don't have a fantastic record against them in recent times, but hopefully they can put that right here today, hoping for a win, but we will see. Not a game that I'm particularly confident about, despite how well they're traveling at the moment. We only have to go back as far as round 1 to remember the last time that the Raiders broke Sharks' hearts. Oh, and they're doing the Viking clap. I thought we would have been safe from this bollocks because it's Magic Round and it's all in Brisbane. But no, all the idiots are there in unison. What a bunch of morons. In all honesty, is it not the most stupid thing you've ever seen in your entire life? But anyways, look, hey, they think it's cool, so more power to them. And just gives everybody else more pleasure when they smack your guys around the park. And it gives the opposition fans something to consistently take the piss out of. So here we go. Raiders out onto the field. Sharks out now. Supposedly this is a home game for the Sharks. One of the quirks of Magic Round, though, isn't it? One of the things you know you're in for when Magic Round, when Magic Round rolls around, you completely understand that this is going to be the case. And the ground staff scrambles to get all the audio equipment off the ground. Josh Papali'i's changed his hair again, I think. Look at that. Yeah, he doesn't have the... It would have been a lot of effort to put together that hair design that he was rocking. I can understand why he probably got sick of it. Oh, okay. Kick off. Kickoff, here we go. We are underway. A short kickoff to start, and they've caught them napping. What a start by the Sharks. Nobody saw that coming, not even me. I wasn't ready for that. And out of absolutely nowhere, first use of the football, a short kickoff, taking everybody by surprise. Some people haven't even sat down yet. And they have kicked off, but they start with the ball now. 10 metres out from the line on tackle 3. Backline play is on. Hines is upended. He is let down very safely, though. Dangerous stuff. 5th and last. Rudolph. Just the settler in front of the post. Stock standard stuff. Short side play. Hines is out there into the end goal. And they're going to get the ball back with a dropout. What a start by Cronulla. And Nico Hines, he might have the number 1 on his back, but he is definitely in the playmaker's role. Still, regardless. What an electric start here. First set of 6 yielding a result, a dropout, and the ball back, and they will get to attack back-to-back sets. Yes, we can't forget. We can't forget round 1. That try, 30 seconds from the end, and the Raiders sneaking home by the smallest of small margins. McInnes now moving it forward, and the Sharks are again 10 metres. Trendall dummies, goes on his own. Fifth and last. Oh, that's a way... Way too deep, that kick from Nico Hines. The Raiders get their first use of the footy now, bringing it out from their own line. Papali'i, he's a big unit, isn't he? Look at him. They're into Sharks territory now. Fifth and last, high ball. Hines under it, comfortably takes it. Finds Moylan. Moylan's back there for some reason, looking for space. He can't find it, though, and he's taken down. So I wonder who's got the most fans there today. I would be very interested to know that. Who's got the most fans there? Sharks? Or the Raiders? Sharks or the Raiders? Fifth and last, and disappointing they didn't take full advantage of that fast-paced start, the Sharks. Not really. Oh, high ball. Had Clockstat under a little bit of pressure, but he does well. Takes it cleanly and steps around one. Out of dummy half with a great run. Fifth and last into the sun, and wow, after such a high-flying, fast-paced start, for Canberra to come down with the first try, that is going to be deflating. But there was very little that could have been done about that. That was a high ball into the sun. Absolutely nothing doing. You saw straight away the Sharks defender put his hands up, cover his eyes. Couldn't see. It was a very well-placed kick. Katoa had no idea. Raiders come down with it and score the easiest of tries for Sebastian Chris. Very, very deflating for Sharks fans everywhere. Early try for Canberra. Yeah, there's been no sunshine all weekend. And of course, the sunshine is out for the first time to wreak havoc with my team, isn't it? Just the way it has to go. The guy in the background is on the phone. He's probably on the phone to people back home going, I'm on the telly. I'm on the telly. Can you see me? Conversion attempt from out wide. On his favourite side, so he should be able to angle this back in nicely. Brad Schneider, easy as you like. Straight up the middle. 6-0. And that's huge. That's massive. Because the Sharks started so well. For the Raiders to just come down here and just go bang. As easy as that. With no real quality possession. No real momentum at all. That's deflating. And that could spell trouble very early on. Ahoy, Michelle. How are you? How's the boofster? So let's see what the Sharks are made of now. Can they buckle up and put that behind them? Get themselves back into this contest. But that was a very, very weak try to give up on the back of all that good work they did to start this game. And that's not the way that you back up. Penalty to the Raiders. That's not what you want. The first set on defense after points have been scored against you, you do not want to be giving away a penalty. I think everybody's tired and it's way too early for a game of footy, I think is what's happening. I know I only just made it myself. I'm in bed this morning or this afternoon. I'm laying there in bed about an hour ago and I'm going, oh, God, I don't know if I can do this. I still don't feel like doing this, but it's very hot today. I was commenting on that earlier, actually. Like, it is really unnecessarily hot today. So I wonder who that favors in this game. And also, the other thing that I'm going to have to look into is, obviously, I'm kind enough to share Discord with everybody, but what had just happened is I accidentally left my microphone unmuted on Discord, and somebody has the audacity. So over the Discord gameplay, you can hear me talking. And somebody actually had the audacity to say, "What's with the commentary in the background?" And I'm thinking, you'll hear on this Discord channel be through my YouTube commentary channel. I don't think you should, even though I've done it by accident, I don't think you should necessarily be complaining about my commentary going over the top of the actual gameplay footage. And that actually pissed me off, to be perfectly honest, because it's become apparent, and I knew that this was the case, but it has become apparent that there are people piggybacking off my generosity with absolutely no interest in what we're doing here on the Wasted World of Sports at all. And I think that I am going to have to, on the regular, on purpose, patch in our commentary over the top of the actual game footage, because ultimately that's what it's there for. I'm not here for a free KO subscription. I'm here to provide content for you to hopefully all enjoy. And if you don't, then you probably should be elsewhere. And yeah, I just think I've got a few too many cheeky little piggybackers there in Discord now that clearly have no interest in what we're actually doing here on the channel. They're just here for the free Discord service. So I'll have to have a think about that, whether I actually do that. But yeah, how the audacity, I say, the audacity to say, what's with the commentary in the background? Speaking of cheeky, did you catch the interview with... Yes, I did catch the pre-game interview. The hilarity it was. It was quite funny. Not really a fan of... I'm not a fan of Ricky Stewart because of the team that he coaches. Oh, Katoa wants no part of a high ball again. Katoa wanted absolutely no part of that. Yeah, so as I was saying, not a fan of Ricky Stewart just because I'm not a fan of the team that he coaches, but obviously I don't know him personally. I've got absolutely nothing against him, and it was quite a fun little interaction there with Mick Innes. For those of you that may not have caught the pre-game interview. Early kick here from inside 40, does not have the right angle though, and the Raiders get the ball. They start from pretty good field position here. Early kick on tackle 3 there, out of the ordinary. Oh, Papali'i gets the offload. The offloads are what killed the Sharks in round 1 against the Raiders. Danger signs here that they're getting those offloads away again and keeping this ball alive on the 4th, 5th and last now. 15 meters out. It's going to be another pressure cooker kick. Oh, and he's taken it well. He's also been taken out in the air. Surely Trindle's not happy. The sun seems to have subsided a little bit. It's in behind clouds at the moment, looking very dull there out on the ground. Of course, the clouds couldn't have been here 13 minutes earlier when... oh, here's Taukeiaho. That's the first time I recall seeing Taukeiaho. Apparently, Papa started the Viking clap. Oh, really? Well, there you go. I can't believe that we're here on Magic Ground. And there are still Viking clapping bastards in the crowd. Like legitimate ones. Actual Green Machine supporters. So the Sharks are finally back in Canberra territory after the rapid start that they got off to. It's swung on its head a little bit. Moylan got a little bit lost. Just Matt Moylan being Matt Moylan. Hines with the short ball to Wilton. Wilton leaves it behind. And it's just not happening for the Sharks here. Not happening. I've spoken about it before, actually, probably when Michelle and I did the Broncos Sharks game. I think I spoke about how they just don't perform at Suncorp. And we are seeing it again. Here they are at Suncorp Stadium, and they're absolutely sucking the place dry. If that makes any sense at all. They're playing really, really badly. Apart from that first couple of minutes, the first 2 minutes of the game, they started with an absolute hiss and a roar. So after that first 2 minutes, an unexpected short kickoff, forcing a set repeat with the dropout, and then just out of nowhere, it suddenly became all Canberra. They got down the other end. They scored a very easy try by kicking the ball into the sun. Sebastian Chris with an easy catch and dot down. 6-0. And it's been all the Raiders ever since. And the offloads are continuing. That's an area they really need to tidy up, and tidy up quick smart. Fifth and last. Deep kick. Always risky to let the ball bounce. But I feel like Katoa dummies. Nearly goes through. Just dragged down. Oh, God. And here is a very relieving penalty. Very relieving penalty. Oh, that's a big shot there on defense. Toby Rudolph now with the hit up. Ahoy, Vobsy. How are you doing? See, Vobsy's one of the good guys. We were actually just discussing Vobs, Michelle and I. I don't know if you've seen the NRL chat in Discord, but here's a little dink over the top by Trendall. They're chasing through. It's an error from the Raiders. Was it a knock-on? It was not a knock-on, I don't think. It's gone backwards, but it is backwards over the dead ball line, and a set repeat coming up here for the Sharks. They are trying to get themselves back into this contest. Oh, a short dropout. And it's taken this time by Katoa. No sun this time in his face. And he's taken this pie ball off the short dropout. So some short kicks seem to be the theme of the afternoon. But what that means is the Sharks are starting this set 10 metres out. Four tackles gone now. Toby Rudolph cutting back. Fifth and last, right in front of the post. A metre out. Where do they go? They go left to the ground, and Moylan knocks it on. And my God, the Sharks just cannot play footy at Suncorp Stadium. Whether they're playing the Broncos or not, they just straight up suck here in Brisbane. I don't understand what it is about this ground, but the Sharks just cannot play here. They cannot play here. Vobsy, your neck feels broken. Well, that's terrible. Not good at all, mate. Oh, Nico Hines has made a complete hash of this. And the Raiders will get another set of 6. Oh, this is just going from bad to worse here for the Sharks. Bad to worse. Maybe they need a couple of guys sent off. Maybe that would help them. Have a couple of guys sent off, and maybe then they'll start playing. And, try to go out a dummy half. Gets very, very close. Sharkies are staring down 10-0 here. Staring 10-0 right square in the eyes. Standing up to it so far. But for how long can they hold on? About that long. How long can they hold on? About 2 seconds. Because Papali'i is in under the post. And, oh, wow. The Sharks started very well. They started incredibly well for about the first 2 minutes of the game. And then it's just been a gigantic suckfest ever since. And Nico Hines, a very basic error. And my instant regret, My instant regret for deciding to stream a Sharks game. Have the Sharks have won a game that I've streamed of theirs, have they not? Or have they lost every time that I've decided to stream a Sharks game? I feel like they might have lost every single time I've done one. Lost to the Storm. Lost to the Broncos. Losing to the Raiders here today. So yeah, anyways, Bobsy, I was having this discussion with Michelle earlier because obviously I've known for some time. Obviously, when I'm generous enough to share my Discord screen, for example, well, not for example, I mean that's legitimately what I'm talking about. So, very specifically, yes. Obviously, there are going to be some people that just come to the Discord and go, "Sweet, free footy games, excellent. I'm just gonna watch here every weekend." And I was saying, you're one of the good ones. Obviously, you still check in on the streams, but it seems like not everybody does that. So I've accidentally left my microphone unmuted on the Discord, and some cheeky bugger, actually had the audacity to then post in the NRL chat and go, "What's with the commentary? What's with the commentary in the background? What's with the commentary?" And I'm just thinking, like, Jesus Christ. Okay, I forgot. I plumb forgot that I have left myself unmuted in Discord. So it's not like I did it on purpose, but you would think, if you've come to my Discord channel from my alternative NRL live stream commentary YouTube, you would think that maybe just once, out of all the games that I've shared on there, just once I've left my microphone unmuted, that you could just bloody live with it. You would think. But no, what's with the commentary? So I was actually talking to Michelle and saying, I think we need to weed these people out. So I think starting next weekend, I'm actually going to play the audio, because ultimately that's what it's all about. I'm not here for a free KO subscription. I'm here to provide content, alternative NRL commentary. So starting from next weekend, we're going to try and weed some of these people out, and I will actually be playing the audio feed of the stream on purpose over the top of the gameplay footage in Discord. I think I'm perfectly entitled to do that, and we can start weeding out some of these people that are clearly just using me for a free KO subscription. How does that sound? I reckon that sounds fantastic, and I'm at this point in time, I'm just pissed off enough about that comment in the Discord to go ahead and do it. But anyways, whilst I've been on that little rant, the Raiders have scored themselves a penalty in very kickable range, and they could put themselves out to a 14-point lead here early in this contest. Yeah, well, that's the thing, that whoever it was that complained about it is in for a bit of a shock, because they gave me an idea that I hadn't even... Well, I'd be lying if I say I hadn't ever thought about it. I have thought about it before. Have thought about doing that at some stage before, because ultimately, we do understand we're here from my YouTube channel. I'm not running a free KO service. I'd like to think that everybody on my Discord is checking in on my content, at least from time to time. I know better than that. Obviously, there are going to be some cheeky buggers just in for the freebies, but yeah, this person that complained has actually given me the idea. And so, yeah, next weekend, they are going to be very upset, aren't they? $14 to 0 now with the successful conversion. Wow. And this is the Sharks of old. This is the Sharks of the past couple of years. Old habits and all. And, of course, the Suncorp factor. For whatever reason, my Sharkies just do not play well at Suncorp Stadium. So apparently this is the biggest lead that the Raiders have had all season. And, geez, don't the Sharks love getting statistics like that? No, well, see, the thing is, Michelle, the technology, I don't need to tell you about technology and how technology can completely screw with you. Katoa runs it back and drops the ball cold. Sione Katoa is having an absolute nightmare. And the Sharks, they've given up another try. It's 18-0 kick to come. This is an absolute demolition. The Sharks are still on the plane. The Sharks just do not play at Suncorp Stadium for whatever reason. For whatever goddamn reason, they just cannot play at Suncorp Stadium. And they are staring down the barrel of 20 points to 0. I would say this is a turning point in the season for the Raiders, but let's be honest, it's probably not. They're beating the Sharks at Suncorp, and beating the Sharks at Suncorp is not exactly a hard thing to do. They just turn into they turn into wooden spooners whenever they come to Suncorp. No matter how well they're doing on any given season, when they come to Suncorp, they're suddenly wooden spoon material. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. Oh, look, they do have... There's obviously suspensions. Will Kennedy and Jesse Ramian. So their fullback and one of their centres out with suspension. So Nico Hines has moved to fullback. And Braden Trindle, who has not played all season so far, is playing in the number 7 jersey, where Hines has moved to fullback. And Connor Tracy is just coming back from injury, and he's slotting into the centres. So, yeah, there is a bit of a shake-up to the back line, but nothing that should justify being 20 points to 0 down against Canberra. It's not like Nico Hines can't play fullback. You know what I mean? And Connor Tracy was a mainstay in the starting squad last season. So, yeah, it's not like these are big debut changes. It shouldn't be 20-0 against a shit show like the Raiders. That's just the Suncorp factor. And Sione Katoa's been on the piss last night too. I think he's still hungover. My go-to line, when somebody's having a bad game, they were on the Terps last night, and they're still hungover. All right, so 12 minutes to go until halftime. And a penalty to Canberra inside the 10. Another piggyback up the field. Yeah, look, honestly, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to jinx it. And so I now immediately proceed to say what I'm thinking. But yes, Vobsy, I'm going to blame Vobsy. Vobsy's the one that said it, not me. If anyone was to give up a 20-point lead, it would have to be the Raiders. And for that reason, I have not given up all shreds of hope just yet. I'm very concerned about the Suncorp factor, though. Like, Sharks just don't play well at Suncorp. Heel Fries, ahoy, how are you there, mate? Looking forward to the game. Coming up next, Roosters Eels. I would say the Roosters Eels game is the headliner of today. That's the headline match of today. Roosters Eels. Hang on, that's who's playing, right? Good God. I reckon that, you know what? I actually think the Tigers Cowboys is going to be a good game as well. Fifth and last, high ball. Sharks staring down 26-0 here, but it's knocked on by the Raiders, and the man takes it in an offside position. For some reason, it's a knock-on and a handover instead of a penalty. But whatever. Knock on. Penalty. Who cares? Sharks have got the ball back. That's the ultimate thing. That's the main important outcome in this scenario. Yeah, so I reckon the... Fourth tackle kick again. Just a really aimless one up the middle of the field. And apart from that first 2 minutes, there's just been nothing doing here for the Sharks. Vobsy says Roosters to beat the Eels just for the banter. Would be fun, wouldn't it? It would be fun. Into Sharks territory again, the Raiders. Good Lord, 8 minutes basically just to hold on. High ball, hoping for the sunlight. Katoa, oh, Katoa just looks really uncertain under everything today. And the Raiders say, Sharks, if you want to get yourselves out of this mess, you're going to have to go 95 meters to do it. Do your best. Hines now with a way too early pass to Nakora. Oh, Graham with a cutout ball. It's chopped down nicely, though, by Canberra. Fifth and last. No, dummy. Oh, God, that was dangerous. And now Moylan. That's not who you want kicking the ball on the last tackle. Although it did take a nice little spin into the touchline. But no, not quite a 40-20. So what does Fitzy say at halftime? There should definitely be some boots, square up anuses at the halftime break. Definitely. Byron Davidson, ahoy there, mate. Sharks just need to play with 12. I did actually joke about that earlier. I said maybe the Sharks need a couple of guys sent off to spark themselves to life. Well, interesting. Oh, we've got an injury here, a shoulder injury. Who's that down? The Sharks can ill afford an injury to a key player. Straight from the field. He's taking no further part in this one. Fifth and last. Hines says, I'll take it, mate. Sione Katoa, you stay away from the high balls from now on. You're not allowed. Vobsy, you went to bed at 8 because you didn't want to watch the Storm game. It was great, I thought. But a similar thing happened. Like the Storm were missing Pappenhausen, fullback. Jerome Hughes, halfback. Remus Smith, centre. Oh, here's a break. Mulatalo steps away. Clockstad wrangles him in for the fifth and last. And a penalty. And it's going to be another set of 6. And he's been sent for 10. 10 in the bin for a professional foul. Jordan Rapana, off you go, mate. 10 in the bin. And is that the moment that just changes this game? So that was number 15. I'm bringing up the team list here. Number 15 for the Sharks is Jack Williams. So that's really no loss whatsoever. But anyways, as I was saying, Pappenhausen out, your fullback. Jerome Hughes out, your halfback. Remus Smith out, your centre. Played like crap. Sharks today. Will Kennedy, your fullback, out suspended. Jesse Ramian, your centre, out suspended. Nico Hines, your halfback, moved to fullback to cover the suspension. So he's playing, even though he does play fullback, he's playing out of position for every other game so far this season. And Braden Trindle, your halfback, playing his first game. You know, it's a shake-up to the spine, basically. Those are some key roles. Centre, not so much, but it just correlates nicely. The Storm are crap, and the Sharks are crap today, and they're missing, essentially, their starting fullback, their starting halfback is new, and they're missing their centre. I'm just, making the correlation between the two teams that have played the worst so far this Magic round. So does Magic Round always throw up just really unexpected results? I can't really remember. Another short dropout here for the Raiders. This one almost works out for them. Doesn't work out for them again, though. Moylan steps, and it's a penalty. Is it another man in the bin? No, it's not. Imagine another one in the bin. Tapping. Oh, and a mistake on tackle 1. A dropped ball on tackle 1. Aiden Tolman. Tackle 1. Dropped in contact again. I wonder what the odds are that we will see Teddy Tedesco's ass today. He seems to really have a problem keeping his pants up, and he never has a shirt that fits. I feel like James Tedesco was probably a male stripper in a past life or something, because he has a real problem keeping his clothes on. But anyways, not important. The offloads, again, the offloads are just killing them here, just as it was in round one. But round one was nowhere near this comprehensive. The round one defeat to the Raiders I'm talking about. Fifth and last, high ball into the sunshine again. And what's the bet that and Katoa wants no part of it again. And here is another try for the Raiders. They are just destroying Sione Katoa with those high balls into the sunlight. And the Raiders, a man down, just go 24 points to 0 up. And I'm happy to say that this is game over. Even though the Raiders do have a tendency to fall away in the second half, I think they've done enough here. They've done enough to they've done enough to get themselves home here. This game is very much over. Wrap it up. Stick a fork in it. She's done. No, well, what I'm actually saying, Michelle, is that I bet there'll be no sun in the second half. Just to screw with the Sharks even more. Whoa, wait. We're looking for the offside. Was he onside? Yes, he was. Okay, why are we even looking at this? Hang on, who's Jordan Rapana? Oh, that's Jordan Rapana. Okay, so he's offside by about 15 metres. And it was also a forward pass, by the way, but I would just like to point out it was also a pretty clear forward pass, but forward passes don't get called in those sorts of scenarios. So I was happy to concede it. I was happy to let it slide. So anyways, scratch that one. It is not 24-0. It remains 20-0. Now, can the Sharks get anything before halftime just to get themselves back in this contest? Did he just drop the ball from the goddamn? They've stretched them on the outside. Oh, and Hines. It's been touched. Now, who was sin binned? I thought it was Clockstat. I thought Clockstat got binned. Yeah. Nickel Clockstat. That's all right. You guys in the chat room thought it was Jordan Rapana that got sin bin. I didn't even know who the hell Jordan Rapana was when we were looking at the replay. And the bunker goes, Jordan Rapana is in front of the kicker. I'm like, well, who the hell is Jordan Rapana? Oh, Talakai is just bulldozed by 3 defenders. 3-on-1. Smashed him. Here's a break. Who's number 17? Is that Hamlin ULA? Big unit trying to get some go forward. That's what we need here. Trindle steps back inside. Comes back open side. Wade Graham. The concussion king. Poor fella. I shouldn't joke about such things. Oh, Hines has just dropped it cold. And Nico Hines has been on the Terps last night as well. And halftime, 20 points to 0. The first 5 minutes of the second half, the Raiders will still be a man down. Nico Hines Nico Hines is either the best player on the field or he just sucks blind, doesn't he? He's never he's neither here nor there. He's never, well, actually no. He's always here or there. He's never in the middle. He's never anywhere. He never just has an average game, Nico Hines. He's either the best player on the paddock for the Sharks or he's just absolutely embarrassing. And unfortunately today, he's absolutely embarrassing. Dustin Fisher, ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? Feeling better. That's good. It's good to hear. Yeah, I'm doing all right, apart from the fact that my team absolutely sucks whenever they come to... Oh, sorry, I was talking on Discord, and I was just letting the Discord folk know about our fantastic little idea. Our fantastic idea for the streams starting next weekend. And, you know, I'm a bloke, and as blokes find it difficult to do two things at once, I found it quite difficult to do two things at once. I couldn't speak and concentrate on my message in Discord at the same time. Otherwise, who knows what I would have typed or what I would have said. It could have been confusing for everybody if I tried to. So anyways, yeah, let's have a cheers, a salute to Roy. Andrew Simons. What a thing to wake up to. Like, I mean, there's been enough death and enough loss in Australian cricket. Just life in general, you know? It's all part of it, isn't it? As depressing as that may be, death. Yeah, what do they say? Death and taxes. But yeah, what a shocking thing to wake up to. Andrew Simons. Car accident, single car accident, apparently, from my understanding of it. Single car accident. It's rolled over, and he has unfortunately passed on the scene, despite attempts to revive him. But yeah, and only 46 years old as well. Like, I tell you what, it's a little bit different because it's a terrible, terrible accident, a terrible scenario that's taken place, of course. But you know, a little bit different because you know Warney was a heart attack, and that was already getting close to home. But now a 46-year-old passing away is like, wow, these deaths are getting way too close to home. Like, I mean, I've still got a little ways to go, but like the age is just, you're getting older and reality sort of starts sinking in. Anyways, let's not depress this stream up. It's depressing enough. 20 points to 0 down to one of the shittiest teams in the competition. But anyway, Heel Fries says, you're doing the Eels game after? I may as well. I'll need some cheering up after this, I think, so I'll need to keep hanging out with you guys, and you're going to have to help get me through it, I think, because this has been a depressing start to the end of Magic Round for me. Depressing start. My team getting slaughtered by one of the worst teams in the competition this season, which is quite typical. Quite typical for the Sharks, of course. Like, we have a recent history of losing to the worst team in the competition. I believe last season, one of the only teams to have lost to the Bulldogs, who, of course, collected the wooden spoon. And then the season before that, one of the only teams to have lost to the wooden spooners that year. Not saying that the Raiders are going to be wooden spooners. I don't think they will be. But they're definitely down in the lower tier of the competition at the moment, aren't they? The Raiders. They're not doing too well at all. So it makes sense for the Sharks to be the team that kind of turns their season around, because they have a history of doing that. And of course, they just never, for whatever reason, never play at Suncorp. That's why I stopped going to see them. That's why I had absolutely no interest in going to the game today. Well, one of the reasons. I had Whoa. Okay. Sorry, distracted. Very, very, very distracted. So coming up after this, of course, yes, we've got Parramatta Roosters. And we've also got the Tigers Cowboys, which I think that will be a good game as well, I think. That'll be a great game, I think. I think the Tigers might win. I'm throwing that out there, and I am contemplating. I've tipped the Cowboys at the moment, but I am seriously contemplating a switch to the Tigers. I've just got a feeling. But based on the way that my tips have gone so far this weekend, I probably wouldn't be trusting my feelings. Heel Fry says the Faders were in the grand final three or four years ago, right? Yes, they were. They absolutely were. I still don't quite understand how they made that grand final, to be perfectly honest. I remember that. I was in Sydney at the time. The grand final was on Roosters, Raiders. And, yeah. That's my story, apparently. I was in Sydney on holiday during that grand final. Watched the game from the hotel, and then we went out and partied afterwards. Michelle says, my basketball teammate is drumming in the house band playing at Suncorp this weekend. Oh, is that right? Oh, that's pretty cool. Just met Boyd Cordner, and I'm so jealous. I love Boyd. Boyd Cordner, the Captain Courageous. The captain of the Blues, of course, when the Blues went on a little bit of a roll. Speaking of which, we are getting dangerously close to Origin time, aren't we? Very, very close to Origin time. And it is seriously time to start thinking about the team. Yes, thank you, Michelle. Taking the piss, of course. I just thought it was funny that, my mate is drumming in the house band playing at Suncorp this weekend. Did you know he's a drummer? But of course, she went further and said he's a drummer / drum tech for some big name bands. Just to in order for me to take the piss, I had to stop at he's a drummer. 8th of June is the first State of Origin. Looking forward to that. It's not Toddy Hansen, is it? That'd be funny. I feel like every time there's a drum kit, that cheeky bugger's behind it. He played Suncorp Friday, then flew to Sydney yesterday for Lee Kernaghan. Okay, it definitely wasn't Toddy Hansen then. Can you imagine Todd Hansen up there? Look, I'm not taking the piss out of Toddy Hansen. But can you imagine? Oh, I'm sorry. I realize a lot of you have. Michelle's probably the only one who knows what the hell I'm talking about. But I'm just trying to picture Todd Hansen up there drumming for Lee Kernaghan. What a fantastic visual. And it's giving me quite a lot of hilarity. Or Toddy O. Toddy O is, of course, in our tipping contest. That is Sean's Magic Johnson. Yeah, Toddy Hansen in the mankini drumming for Lee Kernaghan. Oh, the visual spectacle that would be. You know, Shannon Knoll, I could see that working. Lee Kernaghan, maybe not so much. Oh, man, I remember back in the day when the Step In was still around. Every year at the Step In, well, actually, I say every year. I think there was only one or two of them. I don't think it was an ongoing thing because the poor bugger was just absolutely destroyed by the end of the night. But okay, so Toddy Hansen is sort of like a little bit of a. Would it be fair to say, Michelle, he's a little bit of a local legend in the local music scene? Not just here, of course, but I'm specifically talking about here in Brisbane. You know, I'm sure that he's quite well known in all parts of the metal community, but I'm specifically talking about Brisbane. A little bit of a local legend, Toddy Hansen, and there used to be a thing at the Step In called Toddfest. Toddfest. And every band, this is how many bands that he drummed for, because Toddfest was made up of all bands that he was involved in some capacity. And, yeah, he was kind of ruined by the end of the night, as you can probably imagine. Drumming all afternoon and all evening for like 12 different bands on the lineup. I think he got to the end and was just like, you know what, this Toddfest thing was a bit of a bad idea because I'm absolutely destroyed. Yeah, here at Suncorp Stadium for this one, 20 points to nil. Heel Fries didn't watch the Penrith Storm game yesterday because the kids were watching Alvin and the Chipmunks. Might be time for the kids to have their own television set, I'm starting to think. Here you go, kids. Merry Christmas, happy birthday, or whatever. Your own TV. Now, you guys just sit over there and watch your Alvin and the Chipmunks or your Dan TDM or whatever YouTubers they're into. And I'll be over here watching the footy. Teams are out for the second half. This is a real test of character now for the Sharks. They had a test of character last weekend when they were down to 11 players. The Lady Gaga Sharks are in the crowd. I think they're in the wrong place. It was Lady Gaga, wasn't it, that had the random Sharks at the... A real test of character, though, for the Sharks. They were tested last weekend. They're tested again here this weekend. 20-0 down. And look at that. The sunlight is gone. This is what... Look, it's just a big shadow over the ground. The sun is gone completely. Just like I said it would, Michelle. Just like I said it would. Another stroke of luck for the Raiders. Another kick up the arse for the Sharks. The sun is currently not shining. So they won't get the advantage of a couple of easy tries by kicking the ball into the sunshine like the Raiders did. The 3.5 minutes in the sin bin remaining for Nickel Klogstad Rapana. And that will put some added pressure on the Sharks because Tolman's nearly dropped it cold again. What is going on here with the handling? It's dry today. There was better ball handling in the wet. Fifth and last high ball. Rapana takes it. There's the sun. The sun's creeping its way back onto the field. It's just teasing the Sharks at the moment. I've got to start a website. I'm going to start a Wasted World of Sports website at some stage. Because I do want to set up, just for a bit of fun, I want to set up our nicknames starting 13. The best of the nicknames. Because we've got some new additions to it. Because Karma Kamitha was playing for the Storm the other night, last night, was it? Whenever the Storm, last night, the Storm Panthers game. So we had a new addition to our nicknames team. Because Karma Kamitha was playing for the Storm, and I was calling him Karma Chameleon all night. Oh, Moylan. Oh, he thought he saw a gap, but he did not. Fifth and last. Hines plugs it into the corner. They're happy to just let that roll into the dead ball. And at the moment, second verse, same as the first for the Sharks. They suck. Seven tackle set for Raiders. And they can just play this. They can play this one out. They can kill the time off, and they can get back to their full complement. And the Sharks have made no damage at all with a man in the bin. And it is a long, long way back for them. And I've got to say, they really haven't started impressively. Nothing. Oh, the offloads for the Raiders. Destructive offloading. And they are into Sharks territory. And they're just toying with them at the moment. They are just toying with them. Fifth and last short side play. They've created numbers. A flick pass inside. It is still fifth and last. Crossfield kick. It's a shocker. And Katoa, surprisingly, actually caught the ball. So they've got 18 seconds. They've basically got this set of 6 to take advantage of the man, the extra man. Heel Fries has still got faith. Still thinks the Sharks will win. It's still not over yet. One more try from the Raiders, I reckon, sinks it. Yeah, one more Raiders try probably sinks it. But the Sharks will really need to think about scoring a try very, very soon. The Raiders are flying up in defense. They well and truly have their tails up. Fifth and last, they're 20 metres out. There will be some pressure. Trendall dinks it in over the top. Oh, who's touched it? Was it off the Sharks? It was. Sharks knock on, Raiders ball. And things are just not falling their way here. Time off. Here we go. The message from Craig Fitzgibbon. The message from Craig Fitzgibbon is don't let your head drop. That's probably not the exact words. I reckon it was more like, you don't give up, because you know how this team has a tendency to fade away in the second half. It's just Mick. Ahoy there. First time chat from viewer. It's just Mick over there on the Twitch. Heel Fries says, I won't lie, I sort of like the Sharks more than the Eels. No. Is it April 1st? Why would I be looking at my watch? Maybe it's a smartwatch and it's got a calendar embedded inside it. No, you mess with me, Heel Fries. You've got the Paramatta Eels logo as your avatar. Your name has eel in it. Eel. You're an Eels man through and through. Raiders bringing this one away up to the halfway line, 5th and last. Sharks are entertaining to watch. Not today. Not whenever they come to Suncorp. Whenever they come to Suncorp, it's a gigantic shit show. And a piggybacking penalty here for Cronulla. They get to move themselves upfield. I reckon if they're going to get back into this game, their first try... What do you reckon? I reckon you probably want to get your first try with at least 25 minutes still to go. Tolman with another hit up. That's very nervous. Very nervous times for me today because he's dropped the ball a couple of times cold. Six again for inside the 10 meters. This is their opportunity. Hamlin ULA draws in 3 defenders. Is tackled right in front of the posts. Tackle 2. A meter out from the line. Oh, a pass to nobody from Moylan. It's another 6 again, though, so... Taukeiaho, who's been kept pretty quiet since his demolition job on Manly. I think, and Heel Fries can probably attest to this, because the Eels did it a couple of weeks ago, didn't they? Here's Taukeiaho, being injected into the backline move. He's shut down, though. Great legs tackle. Just, very flat-footed. Just very flat-footed here. There's no bodies in motion here for the Sharks. 4th tackle. Here we go. Bodies moving forward. Oh! Hey! He's been taken out there, surely. We need to have a look at this. This is almost penalty try territory for mine. There's been a professional foul here. The line was wide open. The ball was just sitting there. And this is penalty try territory for mine. We'll see if he's done this on purpose. Moylan with the short ball. Wilton manages to swivel around looking for the offload. There was nobody to offload it to, though. It's tapped back by the Raiders. The line is wide open and nothing but Sharks, and he's been taken out. And that's a penalty try, surely. I mean, come on. He's just dived right in front of him. Maybe not a penalty try, actually, because... Yeah, maybe not penalty try, because Rapana was there. He was right there. Was probably going to win the chase to the ball. But we are definitely talking sin bin here. We are definitely talking sin bin. Ricky Stewart's not happy. All the chairs in the coach's box need to get out of there ASAP. Well, he should be sent off then. 10 in the bin. 10 in the bin. It's got to be. Yep. He's getting marched. All right, I'll be right back. So another 10 in the bin. What can they do? They need to get this. They need to get this happening ASAP. Last time they were in this scenario, they dropped the ball cold on tackle 1 or 2. Nakora flicks it back to Hamlin-Uele. Wasn't really expecting it, but he's done well to hold on to it and drags 3 guys with him again. Big unit, hard man to bring down. SRV Toxic, ahoy mate, welcome back. Hello from Melbourne, now live in Sydney and now in Melbourne for a bit. Moylan, they're challenging something. They are challenging an early tackle here. I think this is very ambitious. Very ambitious challenge here. No. Oh, he does just. GTA Beast, ahoy there, mate. G'day from the NRL merch shop at Suncorp Stadium. Nice. How's the atmosphere there at the merch shop? They've got to make it count here, Sharks. Seriously. Like, it has to be now. It has to be this set of 6. Hines, dummies, goes himself and is gobbled up. It's kind of busy there, I can imagine. Third tackle here, right in front of the posts. Here's the set play out where Moylan goes on his own for some reason. That's not who you want trying to do some argy-bargy over the line. What a horrible pass from dummy half by Taukeiaho. Fifth and last, and they've gone nowhere and not threatened at all. Trindle to Hines, dinks it in over the top. Oh, it's been... What a great take by Xavier Savage. What a great catch under pressure. GTA Beast says, I'm happy that my Panthers smashed the Storm 32-6. That was great, wasn't it? That was fantastic. And we are now approaching, I said 25 minutes. I said they need points with at least 25 minutes to go. So obviously, the earlier you score it, the more beneficial it is. They need at least 25 minutes to string something together. And we are now rapidly approaching time to give up on this one. They've thrown nothing at them. They've just shown absolutely nothing on attack. And I think the problem is they moved Nicho Hynes out of halfback, moved him to fullback to cover the suspension of Will Kennedy. And I was talking about the Eels earlier, breaking up Mitchell Moses and Dylan Brown to cover injury. Moylan's passed it to the turf again. No, this is not the Sharks of 2022 we're watching here. This is the Sharks of 2021 and 2020 and 2019 and pretty much every year since 2016. But yeah, I don't care what the scenario is. Injury, suspension, whatever. You do not break up your halves pairing. You don't move Nicho Hynes to fullback when he has been setting the competition alight at halfback. You don't break up that pairing. And that's essentially what they've done here. They've brought Trindle in for one game only and said, here, take the reins. And it's a penalty to the Sharks here, and it has to be now. It absolutely has to be now. Actually, take the 2. Take the 2 points so that you don't get beaten to 0. Because they're not going to score a try, so just take the 2. Don't get beaten by 0. Take the 2. Get some points on the board. I've given up. I've given up clearly. Heel fries. I've been saying for about 3 seasons now, forget about subbing Matt Moylan. Tear up his goddamn contract. Tear up his contract. Send him away. Here's a try at last. Although we're going to look at an obstruction here. I guarantee this is going to get called up and we're going to look at an obstruction because one of the Raiders players has taken an epic football dive. There is a Raider in background having a gigantic dive, and we will be looking at the obstruction here. This is definitely getting called up. I'm just waiting for the whistle and the call to the bunker. And, yeah, this one's getting scrubbed out because... maybe. Vopsy says if the Warriors can nearly do it against the Rabbitohs, the Sharks can do it against the Faders. Try confirm. I'm surprised by that, actually. Usually when players take a dive in back play, they at least have a look at it. So has that sparked some life into this team? Oh my God, what was that? Nico Hines is having a nightmare. That is the worst conversion attempt I've probably ever seen in my entire life. That wasn't even close. There could have been about 6 goalposts side by side, and he still wouldn't have been close. $20-4. Hey, at least they're on the board. They're not going to get beaten to 0. And there's still 24 minutes to go in this game, so who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Play underway again. You're just waiting for a mistake. Yeah, and there it is. On tackle 1. There's the mistake. And the Raiders start this set a meter out from... oh, actually, Finucane is gone. Dale Finucane is gone skis. This could be a penalty to the Sharks, actually. And there could be another man in the bin here. Let's have a look at this. Kaboom! Shoulder in the face. Off. The precedent has been set last weekend with Jesse Ramian. He's off. He is in the bin. He's gone. Shoulder, direct contact to the face. That is a sin bin. That is shoulder direct to the face. The precedent was set. Jesse Ramian was marched last weekend against the Warriors. Finucane's off. He's done. He's done for the night. He's off for 10. Wow. Shoulder right square in Finucane's nose. And if it wasn't broken before, it probably is now, I dare say. Vopsy says, has it been the same ref for all Magic Round games so far? Haven't been paying much attention. I'm going to say probably not. Well, I'm going to say definitely not. But, yeah, I very much doubt it. I very, very much doubt that it was the same referee. I don't think it was Toddfest NRL form. Short side play. Space. Mulatalo, what can he do? He steps inside and he's pulled down by the shoulders. Suddenly, there is life in this match after all. Run it forward, Toby. Rudolph, right in front of the post. Tackle 3. They're a meter out from the line now, and suddenly all the momentum, if they can just hold on to the ball, they've got them stretched everywhere. Hines on tackle 4. Look at the huge numbers here. If they go left. Nobody's in motion, though. Get some bodies in motion. 5th and last. Bad pass there to Moylan. Hines takes it. Oh, it's dead in goal, and it's a 7-10. What a shit kick. Ooh. There's still a chance here. There is still a chance here. That was a horrible kick, but there's still a chance. 7 tackle set here for the Raiders. That was their chance, I think, to like really, really swing this contest. That was the opportunity. Oh, they've created space here, the Raiders. They're 2 men down. They've created an opportunity straight through. Tackle 3. And they are 20 metres out suddenly with all the front foot ball. What's going on here? They're doing to the Sharks what the Sharks did to the Warriors. They've stretched them. And a kick in field. It's taken by Trindle. 7 tackle set. Let's go. All right, the Raiders get a man back, but they are still, of course, a man down. 13 on 12 it is now. 0 tackle. Tackle 1. Just shy of the halfway line. 7 minutes to go. With a man in the bin for the Raiders. Assuming they don't get anybody else sent off. Moylan with a very, very awkward pass to Trindle. Jack Anthony says, up the Panthers. Yes! Up the Panthers indeed. What a performance by the Panthers last night. Graham dummies and loses the ball. A big challenge coming up here. Sharks challenging that decision. And it's been knocked out, but it's been knocked out in the tackle. It's just a loose carry and a dropped ball. And there goes their challenge. Unsuccessful and just not doing enough. The Sharks just not doing enough. I wonder if Graham was actually hoping that that they would look at the tackle off the ball. I wonder if he knows he dropped that ball cold, but he was kind of hoping that it gave the bunker a chance to look at the hit off the ball. So 19 minutes. There's still time. There is still time here. 16 points difference. There's 16 points, so 3 converted tries would get them somehow in the lead. And there's enough time to score 3 tries. They just need to stop sucking so much, basically. And I don't see it happening, to be perfectly honest. But as we have discussed previously, if anybody is going to give up a lead of this magnitude, it will be the Raiders. So we will see. I'm not willing to put a nail in this one just yet. There are still the smallest signs of life. in this contest. Oh, Jack Anthony, the Panthers would have beaten absolutely anybody at full strength last night. They were just on fire. They were clinical. They were absolutely clinical, the Panthers. And yeah, absolutely, they would have beaten anybody. What a terrible kick from Moylan. It worked out all right for him, but it was a bit of a shocker of a kick. I don't know what. Who's the Sharks' 18th man? Good question. It's Hiroti. It is Hiroti. Challenge is done. Both teams have wasted their challenge on nonsense. And this is a big moment. If it's 20 points to 10 with like 15 minutes to go, it is still game on. It is still not over. Hines out the back to Moylan. Moylan goes on his own again. Just nothing happening here. Oh, and he's got some very interesting underwear on, Matt Moylan. And just headless in attack. Headless in attack, the Sharks. Absolutely nothing doing. Their only try so far has come against a two-man short defensive line. But they've looked absolutely clueless. And again, just nothing happening. Fifth and last, right in front of the post. Short side play. Moylan juggles it, passes it into the arse of one of the Raiders players. Unbelievable scenes here. This is just disastrous. This is shocking. This is just absolutely atrocious from the Sharks. Oh, Wade Graham's had a slap at that ball. And it's called a knock on. It's been knocked out. There's no challenges remaining. There's no challenges remaining for the Raiders. That has been slapped out one-on-one by Wade Graham. The Raiders do not have a challenge left. It's been called a knock on. It's gone about 50 metres backwards. But there's no challenges remaining. And Jack Anthony, yes, Hines is playing fullback. Hines off the back of the scrum goes on his own, just nothing doing. Just nothing doing. They're just getting chopped down on first phase ball, just getting chopped down. And offering up absolutely nothing on attack, the Sharks. Nothing. Moylan out the back to Trindle. Short ball to Graham. You would not know that the Raiders have a man down in the defensive line. There is just nothing doing here for Cronulla. Moylan out the back. Hines kicks early. A nothing kick. They've just got nothing. They have got absolutely nothing here, the Sharks. Offering bugger all on attack here today. There is just something about Suncorp Stadium where these guys just, no matter who is in the Sharks team, no matter what year it is, no matter what era it is, for the Sharks team, they just cannot play footy at Suncorp Stadium. I don't understand what it is. Short dropout, and it's worked out all right for the Sharks. Trindle steps, almost sees a little gap. Tackle 1, 10 metres out. There is 1 minute left with a man in the sin bin for the Raiders. It absolutely has to happen now. I've been saying that for about 10 minutes. McInnes offloads. Hines, cutout ball. Taukeiaho. Taukeiaho is contained. Taukeiaho's done nothing since that Manly game. They've everyone's just really shut him down. Broncos did it. Raiders are doing it tonight. So much possession, so much territory. Offloads to Hamlin ULA. Goes on his own, plants it down. Finally. And now we do have a bit of a finish to this game, because that's right beside the post, and surely not even Nico Hines, with his triple vision that he's clearly suffering from today, will miss from here. Surely not. 20 points to 8, kick to come, right beside the post. Canberra back to their full complement. We do have a grandstand finish in the making for the next 13 and a half minutes. What are we looking at here? The try has not been awarded, I don't think. Oh, it just got confirmed as I walked away. Grandstand finish coming up. 13 minutes left. Look at that stat. Tackled in the opposition 20. 60 times for the Sharks, and they only have a miserable 10 points to show for it. That just shows how terrible they've been on attack, really, more than anything else. They've dominated possession and territory in this second half, and very little to show for it. 20 points to 10, though. Somehow it is still game on, especially if they get another quick try. You would think that they do need to score pretty quickly to put some pressure on. Taukeiaho has a go. Now he's dropped it, and that just sums up the Sharks' day. That sums up the day for the Sharks. Taukeiaho just drops the ball. Cold. Absolutely cold. Full complement, Raiders. Back on the attack. They could put this game to bed right here. Look, Sharks very undeserving, quite frankly. Even though the Raiders do have a history of fading out of games, the Sharks do not deserve to even be within striking distance right now, to be perfectly honest. They've been absolutely awful. They have just been disastrous here today. And 20 points to 10 is very flattering to them. Flattering scoreline. The Raiders probably should be ahead by about 30 at least. Fourth tackle. Fifth and last now, right in front of the post. 2 meters out from the line. They will have options left and right. To the left they go. A little dink in. Katoa with his best take of the night. Or day, as it still is. Now, can the Sharks hold on to the ball for a set of 6 and put some pressure on? Here's the man that dropped it last time, Taukeiaho. Ricky Stewart's out of the coach's box. He's down on the sideline. He's getting nervous, I think. I think Ricky's getting a bit nervous. He's like, oh, God, I've been here before. Offload. Probably the first one of the night that I can remember for the Sharks. 5th and last now. They are 40 metres out. Midfield. It's gone to Moylan. Why would it go to Moylan? That's the worst kick you'll ever see in your life. They let it bounce because they had no need to play at it. Back. Okay, Trindle, you do something with it. And that's a slightly better kick than the one Moylan put up. Absolutely nothing doing here for the Sharks, though. It's been an absolutely atrocious performance. All the damage was done in the first half as well. Like, the Raiders have done nothing in the second half. Space here for Canberra. Big space. A kick on tackle 4. Don't know what that was all about. They've just given the ball back to the Sharks, and Mulatalo's got some space, slides under an attempted tackle, and goes up over the halfway line. That was not the option for the Raiders there. Not the option at all. Kicking on the 4th. A lot of hands on knees here. Hines got nowhere to go. Passes out the back to Trindle. Calls Nakora inside. And Nakora offloads to nobody. Just sums it all up, really. Just sums it all up. Nakora's offloaded to nobody. And the Raiders swoop on the ball. Oh, what a shit show this has been from the Sharks. It really has been. Just a disaster. Just a really, really poor performance all around in every facet of the game. Every single facet of the game has just been a nightmare. Terrible. They may as well have not even showed up. Oh, Hines. Hines has dropped it. Hines has left it behind him. Unbelievably, the Sharks have held onto the ball. I feel like it might have been a challenge if there was any remaining. And it's tackle 2 now, a metre out from their own line. The Raiders have gone, you want to do something about this? Oh, they've dropped the ball cold. And I've said it so many times already, but that just sums it up. That just sums up how bad, how atrociously bad the Sharks have been today. A tackle 2 error. And the Raiders, they don't even need to score anymore. They don't need any more points. They just need to get through their sets and kill time off. Because time has now officially escaped the Sharks here. They've struggled to even get the tries that they've got. I don't think they're scoring 2 tries in the next 7 minutes. You know? It has just been a horrible, horrible performance. A big, big reality check today for Cronulla. A huge reality check. Losing to one of the worst teams in the competition in such convincing fashion is a big, big wake-up call. And they will get the... Yeah, this one's over. Game, set, match. Jack Anthony says Raiders have good defense, though. You wouldn't know. We have absolutely no idea if they do or not because the Sharks have just not thrown anything at them at all. Sharks have just not put anything together in attack and have not threatened them at all. So it's really hard to know if the Raiders have got good defense or not. Because there was no threat. So we can start focusing on Roosters, Eels coming up next. What I think is going to be the highlight of today is Roosters, Eels. There it is. It's all over under the post. Raiders. Sharks just do not play at Suncorp Stadium for whatever reason. And they continue their tradition of losing to one of the worst teams in the competition every season. Why break the habit of the last few years, I suppose? Wow, what a horrible, horrible performance. Absolutely awful in every facet of the game. Attack, non-existent. Defense, clueless. And continuing their recent annual tradition of losing to potential wooden spooners every season. New coach, new team, same Sharks. And I anticipate them falling way down in the top 8 now. They were sitting 4th coming into this weekend. But I anticipate them barely making the 8 if they do happen to squeak through. Disgraceful in every possible facet. And look, Craig Fitzgibbon is just sitting there like, what have I done to my career? What have I done to my career taking this job? With this absolute shit show of a team, what have I done to my reputation? I should have stayed at the Roosters. Although the Roosters aren't really doing any better so far this season, but we will see. They are, of course, coming up next. Roosters, Eels. Heel Fries and Vopsy in the chat room. There will definitely be a lot of banter going on. 4 minutes to go in this one. 26 points to 10. Back underway, and for whatever reason, when time is running out and they're behind by a lot, they put the short restarts to bed. Three and a half minutes to go in this one. It's just gonna. I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders score another try here. It would be deserving, like the way that both teams have played today. It would be deserving to put more distance between them. 16 points, I think, is still very flattering for what the Sharks have offered up tonight, which is nothing at all. They don't even deserve the 10 points that they've got. 6 of them came against 11 men, and they still had to work for it. They still had to go through like 60 tackles on the opposition try line before they finally got themselves over for some sort of consolation. This is going to be a long 2.5 minutes as we get ready for the next game. I'm actually going to, if I'm a little bit quiet, it's because I'm going to, in the background, I'm going to be setting up for the next game, because we are obviously going to keep it rolling. We're just going to keep ticking over into the next game. I won't be breaking away in any capacity. We will stay here on this stream, on this feed. So I'm going to go ahead and start setting everything up for that. I told you. Didn't I tell you? The Raiders are good for another try here. I hate being right so often sometimes, especially when it relates to my own team. So if it wasn't already over, it's well and truly over now. So, all right, let's set up the Roosters, Eels, Sydney Roosters versus Paramatta Eels. And this, for me, is definitely the headline clash of the day. The Sydney Roosters will be taking on the Paramatta Eels in the headline. I am calling it the headline clash of the day. Roosters versus Eels. The commentators are talking up the Raiders. I don't think they really produced anything. They didn't need to. There were absolutely no shots fired at them whatsoever. The Sharks offered absolutely nothing in that contest. So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that. Let's see. Let's see. So, Roosters Eels coming up next. This one ended. Has the game finished? I haven't been paying attention anymore. But yeah, Roosters Eels. Change the old thumbnail there in preparation for the next contest. Oh, no, it's still going. They're taking a kick at goal. Roosters, Eels. Okay, we are ready. Ready. Robert M. says, how will next Thursdays go, Dan? Broncos versus Knights in Newcastle. Broncos are going well, aren't they? Broncos are going really, really unexpectedly well. No, I don't have any multis today. I've sort of, to be perfectly honest, I've kind of chucked the shits a little bit with the multis. No, I didn't have time really this round to worry about it too much for any of the games. You know, I had Ross Noble on Friday night. I was exhausted all of Saturday because I was backing up from a big night at Ross Noble. And today I barely got started as well. Today I was exhausted and I only just made it. Like, this was an early game. This was a very early start, I thought. So, yeah, I haven't looked in any capacity. All right, how do I change the thumbnail on Facebook? Let's see. How do I do this? Robert M says I'd be sticking with the Cowboy. You know what? I am going to, yeah. It was kind of, a lot of my decision was hinging on this game. This Sharks-Raiders game, a lot of my decision for changing anything at all was kind of hinging on the result of this one. Because I don't like to go with too many upsets. You don't want to go for too many upsets in the one day, let alone the one round. And there's already been a couple. And I would consider this, even though it was a Suncorp factor and the Sharks were missing a few key players in their team, I still consider this a little bit of an upset, this one. So I think I will stick with the Cowboys. Gonna stick with the Cowboys for this one. So we'll see. We'll see if that ends up being a good decision. All right, so Roosters, Eels coming up next in about 10 minutes' time. I don't think you can change the thumbnail on the Facebook Live. That's really stupid. But anyways, that is what it is, I suppose. So I was able to update all the details. Anyways, I don't suppose it really matters because on Facebook, of course, on Facebook Live, when you scroll through the page, it when you scroll through the page, it sort of automatically plays anyway, so there you go. All right, 4:05 p.m. Okay, so we do have a little bit of downtime before the next game. A little bit of a break in play. NRL Clips 34. Ahoy there, mate. So we are all set up and ready to go. We are counting down to Roosters, Eels. I am going to have, let me take about a 5-minute break to rest the vocale cords. And we'll be back for Roosters, Eels coming up very, very shortly here. Wasted World of Sports. All right. Wasted World of Sports. Ahoy, welcome back. I spent the entire 5 minutes break just fluffing about, and I have absolutely nothing set up ready to go for this next game apart from the... All right, let's do this really quickly now. Ahoy there, Damo Swag. How are you doing? Are you all excited for this game? Obviously an Eels supporter. It's going to be this is going to be a great game. I'm sure of it. This is going to be a fantastic game. This is definitely the headliner of the day for me. All right, let's update all the scenarios here. Roosters currently in 7th place. Eels currently in 4th place. K-Skull M, ahoy. Sorry I missed you. You didn't miss me at all. All you missed was a horrible performance by the Cronulla Sharks, like probably the worst performance I've seen the Sharks put forward. Potentially ever. I mean, it was pretty bad. Justin Quagui. I hope I said that right. I probably didn't. I usually don't. I do apologize, incidentally. I do apologize to everybody for how badly I butcher names. At least I give it a go, though. You know, you got to give me points for trying. Think of it like a game of Aussie rules, you know? 6 points down the middle for getting the name right. 1 point just off to the side for trying. Anyways, why are we talking about Aussie rules? Let's not talk about Aussie rules, because we've got a big game coming up right now. Roosters, Eels. Damo Swag, your name seems slightly familiar. I'm not going to lie, your name does seem slightly familiar. So I'm trying to place if you've actually joined me for a stream before or not. Your name is strikingly familiar, as I say, but I do see a lot of names come through the chat room, of course. So I'm not sure. But if you are new to the stream and you are an Eels supporter, I should let you know nice and early that the Eels, let's just say the Eels are not particularly one of my favorite teams in the competition. That's a very politically correct way of saying it. But it's okay, because they're not my most hated team. The team that I hate the most are, unfortunately, the Canberra Raiders. And the Canberra Raiders did just give my team a bit of a touch-up in the first game today. 30 points to 10. Those Viking clapping bastards. Yeah, anyway. So, you can see, there is always a team that I hate worse. And it is definitely the Canberra Raiders. So, this is a conversation that I've tried to start quite a few times over the course of the weekend. Magic Round, next season, Dolphins coming into the competition, uneven number of teams, means somebody is going to have to miss out on the party that is Magic Round. How are they going to decide who misses out on the gigantic party that is Magic Round? Huh? Is that a fair question? I think it's a fair question, and I would love to know how they're going to go about choosing who misses out. Can you please shout out to Dodie? He is always watching too. Ahoy, Dodie. Thank you for always watching too. All right, let's get things underway. Roosters, Eels, looking forward to this one. It is definitely the game of the day. Okay. I am all set up and ready to go. And I've accidentally clicked on Clint Gutherson. So there you go. There is Clint Gutherson on the screen for no reason whatsoever other than I've accidentally clicked on his player profile on the website. Sounds like rain. I am, of course, here in Brisbane. It is actually pouring down outside. I think. Yeah, wow. Okay. Excuse me for a moment while I look out the window. Let me just make sure that my pants are properly up. And the last thing I want to do is expose my big fat ass to the world. I don't want to do a James Tedesco and have my pants down on the thing. I just really want to have a look out the window at the moment and see how badly it's raining. Okay. You can't see that on the live stream, surely. But yeah, it is really thundering down out there. But the scenes at Suncorp Stadium, of course, there seems to be no downpour there at the moment. And here come the Eels out onto the field. I'm assuming that this would be a home game, supposedly. Yeah, this is supposedly home game for the Roosters. It'll be a home game for the Roosters, this one. K Skull M says Roosters have won last 4 out of 5 against Paramatta. And of course, the most pressing question that needs to be asked: will James Tedesco's ass at any point be hanging out of his pants? Because he does seem to have trouble keeping them up, doesn't he? And this is definitely a highlight. We are underway at Suncorp Stadium, of course. Roosters, Eels. The Eels have kicked off. And the Roosters get the first touch of the footy. Very, very smoky from all the fireworks and stuff, all the pyrotechnics that were happening before kickoff. And there is just smoke. You know, I've noticed at Suncorp, the same thing happens at Origin as well. The smoke just lingers around Suncorp Stadium, doesn't it? Fifth and last here for the Roosters. The first set of 6 only gets them up to their own 40-metre line. And that kick is straight down the throat of the Queen. And Queen Gutherson brings it back. Gutherson. Okay, that's the first time I've ever called him that. Queen Gutherson brings it back delicately to the 40-metre line. And early win in territory for the Eels. Campbell Gillard, who is playing really well. I actually seriously considered sneaking Campbell Gillard into my Blues Origin squad. I'm seriously considering. He's been playing very, very well. Fifth and last here, Eels, just in Roosters territory. Mitchell Moses, a man who should never see a Blues jumper again, puts it up high, and it's taken by the Roosters. Offloads. Here goes Tedesco. Will his pants stay up? They do for now. Just. Expansive play early in the set. Angus Crichton takes it up over the halfway line. Sam Walker directing traffic. Sort of a premeditated move, that one, when you call it like that. Short ball from Keary. 6 again. Ruck infringement. And here is an opportunity early for the Roosters. I've gone the Roosters in the tipping contest, I'm fairly certain. Tackle 2, right in front of the post, 5 metres out. What can they do with it? Heel Fries, welcome back. They go left. Keary, it's tapped on by Tedesco. Momirovski, centimetres short of the line on tackle 3. And this is just the start that the Roosters needed. They haven't scored any points yet, but, they've got the pressure on. They've got the early pressure on. And there's the try. There is the try. We are going to have a look at it, I suppose, but Wairira-Hargreaves, over he goes. 4 points to 0. Roosters, potentially. I don't know that it's been awarded just yet. I don't know what we're going to be looking at. I heard the referee's whistle sort of blew in a time-off motion. I don't know that it's actually been awarded yet. It's confirmed now. Okay, so he obviously did award it. He just didn't blow the whistle properly. And that is just what was needed for the Roosters. Because they've been a real mixed bag so far this season. And they needed a big start like that here today. Try is confirmed now officially. Jared Wairira-Hargreaves reaches out and plants the ball down. And he's excited. And there's some excited Roosters fans. Where do all these people come from? Seriously, they seem to just pop up there. It's Magic Round. Obviously, there's going to be fans from all teams. But for whatever reason, there just seems to always be... there was a sea of green in the last game. There were just Raiders supporters everywhere. And now suddenly there's Roosters supporters everywhere. Is it just like a rolling scenario where the team supporters roll in, watch their team, and then bugger off, and the next lot come marching in? Because it was just a sea of green in the last game. You would have thought that it was a Raiders home game. And now, from that last shot, just Roosters jerseys everywhere in the crowd. And everywhere on the field, too, it felt like, because they created some big space there. And over they went very easily in the end. And what a start from the Roosters. 6 points to 0. Conversion successful. Oh, and that's a juggle and a drop ball. What is going on with the drop balls? And here goes Gutherson. Floats it out wide. A chance to hit straight back for Paramatta. Taukeiaho drops the ball. Taukeiaho has been taking training tips off the Sharks and just drops the ball cold. And great field position here for the Eels. They can hit straight back here. And wow, what... There goes Walker. Taking on the line. Brown, sorry. Who's Walker? He's on the other team. Walker plays for the Roosters. Okay, Dylan Brown. Third tackle. They're about 5 metres out. They could hit straight back here. Marnie kicks on the third. Tedesco covers it up, gets back into the field of play, and Reid Marnie probably wishes he has that play over again. Now Tupou shrugs away from 2 and marches a little bit further upfield. And Reid Marnie, he would definitely want that over again. A grubber into the end goal on tackle 3. It popped up nicely for Tedesco. And now, here is, very, very tough time bringing him down. And it's a penalty to the Roosters for crowding the play the ball area. A ruck infringement. Penalty for a leg pull. I wonder if anybody went for the Raiders. Did anyone go Raiders? Judging by the lack of movement in the standings, I'm assuming no. Not many people went there. Tapped on again. That one was surely forward. That tap on. I think the last one was questionable, but that one was very clearly forward, and it is called as such. But that was very, very nearly. Another try. And actually, I'm not so sure about that. I think the last one was more forward than that one. Trent Robinson's not happy. He's like, forward, bollocks. All right, there's a few people ahead of me in the standings that have gone for Paramatta. So this is a good opportunity for me to catch up in the Wasted World of Sports NRL tipping competition. So they survived that one, the Eels. A forward pass called. I'm not totally convinced about it, but that probably evens up the last one, because I think the last tap on for the first try that the Roosters scored might have been a little bit forward. So I think we had a little bit of a square up there. Moses shows and goes, and he goes straight through. Support on the inside, draws in Tedesco, and this is a try. There is the hit back. Papali'i is a forward try-scoring machine, and he is over again, and the Eels are back into this contest with authority. Mitchell Moses, dummies, goes himself straight through 2 defenders, and it was an easy draw and pass to finish that play off. Just has to draw in Tedesco, and Papali'i is over untouched. Try confirmed. 6 points to 4. Kick to come from right beside the post. Career tries for Papali'i, 18. 4 for the season so far. Did anyone ever play coin footy? Just out of curiosity. It was kind of a thing when I was at high school. We used to play coin footy. And there's a reason I bring this up, is because I was actually going to say, like, this kick is so easy, Mitchell Moses should be able to flick it over the post, coin footy style. This is such an easy kick. But then I thought, maybe not everyone knows what the hell coin footy is, you know, especially today's generation, because there's video games and such. Well, we had video games back then too, but not video games of the quality that we have now. Conversion successful. 6 points all. It's game on in this one. What a fantastic start. This is living up to the hype so far. Both teams are here to play, unlike the last game where only one team showed up. And unfortunately, it wasn't my team. First set of 6 after points. Always important. What can they do here? They are tackle 3 now. 20 metres out from their own line. It's a good set on defence here from the Roosters. Driving Papali'i backwards. Papali'i, the try scorer. Fifth and last. They are well and truly in their own territory. That was a good set of 6 on defence for the Roosters. On the back of points. That is exactly what you need. And this is a territorial advantage to the Roosters. On the back of that set. Tackle 3 now, up over halfway. Back into Eels territory. Tedesco out of dummy half. Chopped down. Reed Marnie that was with a great legs tackle. And Tedesco, it's been 12 minutes and his pants have stayed on. Walker kicks. Oh, Gutterson's made a meal of it and Tedesco might have got there. That could be a try. Gutherson, I tell you what, Gutherson is either the best player on the paddock or he just sucks blind. And it looks like he started off this game by sucking blind. It's a very close call, but Tedesco might have just snuck in there first. Everybody's onside, so that's all fine. That's clear. Play on at this stage. Gutherson's made a complete hash of this. And Tedesco is right there. He is lurking up. He dives. He dives. He scores. That is a try. Tedesco scores. Gutherson has had an absolute mare. Try time, Tedesco. Oh, the Rooster on the sideline is a happy camper. $10 to 6, kick to come. Gutherson's missing his hair, I think. He shouldn't have got a haircut. Like Samson. Ed Vogel. Ahoy there, mate. Up the Roosters. I think Tedesco's got Teddy written on his mouth guard. That's ridiculous. Sam Walker from out wide. 63% career goals. That's not a great percentage, but he is, of course, young and new at the role. Walker moves in, kicks. It's coming back around. It's straight down the middle-ish. And it was right towards the gigantic Tedesco head in the crowd. And it's 12 to 6. Roosters in the lead. Ed says, what happened with the Sharks-Raiders game? The Sharks basically just didn't show up. The Sharks are still back in the Shire. They offered absolutely nothing in attack. Nothing at all. They didn't look threatening at any stage during the game. And the Sharks continue their tradition of losing every season to one of the worst teams in the competition. Go figure. Old habits die hard. And Craig Fitzgibbon cut a pretty forlorn figure in the coach's box. Because I think he was just sitting there going, what have I done? What have I done taking on the head coaching role of this rabble? I could have stayed with the Roosters and had a nice, cozy career. Instead, I took this job, and these guys are Bloody useless. But anyways, I digress. 12 points to 6 here in this game. Penalty to the Roosters, their second of the day. And they start this set now on tackle 1, 40 metres out from the try line. Keary now out the back to Walker, who's nearly fallen over, I think, there. Tupou now steps back inside, trying to get himself away from the sideline. Tackle 3 now, 10 metres out. A big open side, but they just hit it up the middle. Just a settler. Give us options left and right. What are we going to do? We are going right to Keary with a short ball. Radley gets his arms free, threatens to offload. Does not. And it's going to be a penalty here to the Roosters. And I can only imagine that they will take the 2 points here. And Radley's in trouble. He's clutching his ankle. Oh, Opacek's been sent off to the bin for 10. Tom Opacek, 10 minutes in the sin bin for the early tackle on James Tedesco. And that is our third sin bin, not of this game, but our third sin bin of the day. 2 for the Raiders, of course, and now 1 for the Eels. James, Intox, ahoy there, mate. And Victor Radley is struggling to put weight on that ankle, but I think he's going to stay on. He's a tough character, isn't he? Victor the Inflictor. I think he'll walk that one off and he'll be fine in a couple of minutes. They'll take the 2 here, I reckon, even just to give Radley time to recover. Take the 2 points, go 8 points clear, give Radley time to walk it off. Yes, they are taking the 2. Good decision there, I think, under the circumstances. Uh, 2 points successful, apparently not very convincingly. Not a very convincing 2-pointer. So Ed Vogel has asked, who do you reckon the Roosters will release next season? Salary cap rumours. I reckon Angus Crichton goes. Yeah, I think Angus Crichton goes. Angus Crichton has talked about switching the union before. And I think if anybody is going to switch to rugby union, then there's a World Cup happening next year. So it'd be... You would want to be going as soon as possible. And Victor Radley is coming off. He is officially off the park. So he wasn't able to. Manu juggles, reels it back in just. So Victor Radley was not able to overcome that ankle injury, it looked like. He was struggling to put weight on that leg, and he is off the field. And that's quite huge. That's quite a huge loss for the Roosters in this game. So yeah, I would not at all be surprised if Angus Crichton is one of the players that makes the switch to rugby union for the World Cup, and then he'll probably come back to the NRL after the World Cup is done and dusted. And, Australian Rugby Union have not learnt their lesson in as far as bringing rugby league players over. Because, let's face it, they've all been pretty average to terrible. And they were all on some pretty big money. So, but anyways, to answer the question, yeah, I think Angus Crichton probably moves on. Here is an interesting one because he really hasn't come back to the form that he was in prior to his injury, has he? So he is, unless he's playing at 100% and having the occasional game at 110%, then he is, and I hate to say it so bluntly, but he is a little bit of a waste of space in the cap, isn't he? So, yeah, mate, I think you're probably right. I reckon Angus Crichton and Keary probably get moved on to free up some space in the Roosters salary cap. 14 points to 6 here. 20 minutes gone. This has gone quick, and that's usually the sign of a pretty good game. That first game, the Raiders-Sharks game, just felt like it dragged on and on and on, and every time we looked up at the screen, it felt like there was still about 75 minutes to go in the contest. But here, we're looking at the screen, and 20 minutes has passed already, and that's the sign of a good game when it's flying by quickly. The kick is up, comes back down for the Eels. Fifth and last still, and shut down in front of the post for the handover. But that was a very threatening-looking attack. So Ed says Blake Ferguson was aiming for Wallabies jersey. He signed with Japan Rugby Union team, but now he's off to Super League. Well, yeah, Blake Ferguson is not actually somebody I would earmark for a rugby union gig, to be perfectly honest. Oh, here's space now for the Roosters. Manu. Gutherson chops him down. Who is the winger there for the Roosters? It's not Tupou. It's Suali. That was Suali over that side. Cut down by Gutherson. But they're a real chance here. The Roosters' fourth tackle inside, just outside the 20-metre line. Keary threatens to kick early, and then he drops the ball. Cold. What happened? He sort of confused himself there, Keary. So Robert M says, okay, question for you. With the FIFA ladies playing in 2023 at Suncorp Stadium, Accor Stadium, Amy Park, and Dolphin Oval and Leichhardt Oval, where do you shift the NRL teams to? Well, obviously not Ballymore. Why are they playing... Yeah, interesting. Why are they playing at Dolphin Oval? The FIFA ladies in 2023. Dolphin Oval seems a bit odd. Suncorp, I understand. There's soccer all the time at Suncorp, but Dolphin Oval is specifically a footy field. Penalty here to the Eels. And that will give them a piggyback upfield. And a nice little... Oh, warm-up matches. Yeah, but still, warm-up matches. There's plenty of other stadiums here built for soccer. Dolphin Oval, I would not have thought was one of them. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know what the hell goes on at Dolphin Oval, to be perfectly honest. The only time I was at Redcliffe, I spent my entire time at the Leagues Club playing the pokies. And devouring the absolute bollocks of a chicken palmy and fries. Because what else would you eat if you went to a Leagues Club? Well, a steak, maybe. Anyway, Here is a chance now. The Eels, can they hit back and close that gap? Currently at 8 points. Tackle 4, right in front of the post. 8 metres out from the line. Marnie's looking left. And they go left. Papali'i. No, that's not Papali'i. It's just another really big unit. Oh, it's Junior Paulo. I should have known that. Jeez. Fifth and last. They're running. Moses, cut out ball. And now the kick. Infield. Oh, it's just too deep. Papali'i was looking for his second. But the kick was just too heavy. And Papali'i is probably not the man you want chasing down a kick. I don't see how, honestly, we are getting onto this conversation again. We seem to always get onto this conversation. I don't see how Ryan Papenhuyzen plays Origin ever anyway, because where do you pick him? I always come back to this conversation, like, where do you pick him? I'm not trying to say he's not a good player. He's a fantastic player. I just don't know where he fits into an Origin squad. Because he has to play fullback. He's not a utility player. He has to play fullback or he doesn't play at all. And Tedesco is the incumbent and the captain, so he's not replacing Tedesco. So where do you play him? Unless there's an injury to Tedesco, I don't see how Papenhuyzen plays Origin anyway. Just my opinion. Walker kicks it for himself. What's the bounce like? It's great. And Sam Walker has scored. And the Roosters stretch the lead. 18 points to 6, kick to come, and they are really doing some damage with this Eels player in the sin bin. Opacek is in the sin bin. Let's not forget, for 10 minutes, he was sent to the bin, and the Roosters have taken maximum value over the one-man advantage that they've had. Got a great bounce. It was a great kick. Try confirmed. Ed Vogel says, will you watch the Origin game? 152.3% chance of me watching the Origin game and streaming it on YouTube. That's pretty good odds. Kick and chase for Sam Walker. Doing it all on his own at the moment. Ed Vogel says if Walker gets Origin call-up, it'd be no surprise, to be honest. Well, where does he play, though? Again, where does he play? It's the Papenhuyzen question. Where do you play Sam Walker? I mean, you're not replacing Cameron Munster. So where does he play? Converts his own try. 20 points to 6. Roosters. Opacek is back on the field. So the Eels are back to a full complement, but the Roosters have taken full advantage of the man in the bin. I think they've put on 2 tries in the time that he has been off the field. So maximum value there for the Roosters. Back underway for this one. When's the last time the Eels won the premiership? Was it 86? $1986, was it? Robert M says, where are you going to be for Origin 3? So Origin 1, I'll be home because Michelle's away. But I should imagine that when Michelle's back, we will be doing Origin 2 and 3 from the Triffid. The Triffid is a venue in Fortitude Valley, and that's usually where we go to watch the games on the big screen. So I should imagine that Origin 2 and 3, we will be partying it up at the Triffid for games 2 and 3. But game 1, I will be home and live streaming. So, a mistake early in the set. And the Eels get the ball, and they have a chance now. They're back to a full complement. It would be a real statement if they just bulldoze themselves over the line here and score with essentially their first set of 6 back on attack with a full complement. How far is the Triffid from Suncorp? Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Because this is very important stuff. Very important details that we need to... I'm basically doing free advertising for the Triffid. But, yeah, I am mates with the... I don't actually know what his role is. I don't know if he's the manager or... I mean, he's definitely in control of the... He's definitely in control of the booking. He decides what what sort of events go on there. So he's high up in the hierarchy. Okay, so it would be a 10-minute cab ride or Uber, a 10-minute cab or Uber to the Triffid from Suncorp Stadium, and probably a bit longer than 10 minutes on actual game night because the traffic will be insane. Or it's a 53-minute walk. So a 53-minute walk or a 10-minute Uber from Suncorp Stadium over to the Triffid. Ed Vogel says, prediction on game 1, New South Wales squad. Teddy is absolutely a lock. Teddy Tedesco is a lock. Nathan Cleary is a lock. Of course, when we say they're a lock, inside ball here. Papali'i's looking for another try. He knows his way to the try line. Moses scampers out of dummy half. 5th and last. Moses is out of play. Who's going to take the kick? Gutherson's taking the kick. It's tapped back. Oh, and it's knocked on by the Roosters. 6 more. They get to stay on attack here. Offloaded. Here's space. Out wide. Steps inside. Pulled out. Reaches out. Reaches out. Plants it down. We will need to have a look. Potential double movement. Bailey Simonson. It's going up as no try. He has reached out. He couldn't resist. Has his arm hit the ground, though? He was definitely held. But the important thing here, does the ball-carrying arm hit the ground? Because if it doesn't, then he is perfectly entitled to do that. It hits the ground there, and that is immediately game over. That is immediately game over. No try, double movement. As soon as that elbow hits the ground, it is game, set, match. So that is no try. And it remains 20 points to 6. Angus Crichton getting across and shutting that one down. Simonson, he just could not hold. He could not hold off the temptation. The try line was right there. It was beckoning. He just could not resist reaching out and planting that ball over the line, which, of course, you can't do. Yep, so Victor Radley officially ruled out of this contest. And it will be interesting to see what impact that has on him moving forward, because he was probably threatening for a Blues jumper. Out of dummy half, quick play here. Tedesco runs behind Sam Walker. They got a bit mixed up there, the Roosters. Keary with the high ball on the fifth and last. Simonson's back, takes it cleanly. 8.5 minutes to go till halftime, and this has been a great game so far. Despite the 14-point difference, I don't think it's real. Like, the Roosters have done that damage with a man in the sin bin. They took full value out of Opacek being in the sin bin. This game is not as lopsided as the scoreline suggests at this stage. And the Eels are still looking threatening. Brown nearly cuts through. Keary just pulls him down. Gutherson out of dummy half. Quick play the ball. Rolling upfield. Offloads. Offloads again. Brown steps. Fifth and last now. 30 metres out. They will get some sort of attacking kick away here. You would think. Moses, that's who you want taking the kick. It's a good one. About 5 metres out from the line, but there's no pressure on Tupou. And he takes it very, very easily. There was no kick chase on that, really, at all, to speak of. Anyways, talking about the Blues Origin squad. So Tedesco's a lock. And when we say a lock, obviously injury could play a big factor. But if there's no injuries, these players are guaranteed to have a position in the team and probably the starting team. So, Tedesco's a lock at fullback, Cleary's a lock at halfback, and Luai's a lock at 5'8". Damien Cook's a lock for hooker. I reckon Isaiah Yeo has pretty much guaranteed his spot at lock. Isaiah Yeo's a lock for lock. Brian To'o and Adokar are locked in for wingers. Tom Trbojevic, assuming that he's fit, is a lock for one of the centres. Toss a coin between Staggs and Crichton for the other centre position. I wouldn't be complaining about either one, to be perfectly honest. Staggs or Crichton, flip a coin. Put either one of them in there. Oh, it's a dropped ball. A dropped ball. And the Eels will get another crack here right before half-time. Tupou has just dropped it cold. Off the scrum, they go left. Nothing doing out there. Just a metre out from the line here on tackle 2. Big open side on the right. Brown cuts out 6 again for inside 10 as well. And we're back to tackle 1. Marnie with a short ball out of dummy half. That was dangerous. Oh, you just felt like that ball was going to pop loose. You just felt like that was about to pop out. Oh, great defense by Keary, and he's forced the error. No, he hasn't. Brown's recovered that ball before it hits the ground or hits the other player. Fifth and last here, the Eels have not really done anything of note this set of 6. But now, fifth and last, options left and right. They are midfield, 10 out. They go right, they run. Gutherson now kicks. It comes off the face of Sam Walker and over the dead ball line. Ed Vogel says Cheese is coming for Roosters in 2023, right? Yes, he is. The Cheese is Roosters bound in 2023. Line drop out here for the Roosters. The Eels will still get an opportunity to have last say in this first half. And I'll tell you what, an Eels try would set up the second half nicely. If we went to halftime 20 points to 12, I think that's a fairly accurate summation of the way this first half has gone. The Roosters just on top. 20 points to 12. I think that would be a fair reflection of the game so far. 6 again now. Ruck infringement. This set restarts. And they are 18 metres out over the left-hand edge of the field. Bringing it back centre just to settle it down and play restarts. Moses out to Penasy. Penasini. Papali'i really wants that try. He wants a second try, and he goes himself out of dummy half. A little bit of a wasted play, but of course, if he scored the try, it wouldn't have been a waste, but he didn't really get close, and that was a waste of a play on the fourth tackle. Gutherson's caught, offloads to Marnie, who cuts back around, and there's nowhere to go. Oh, he flicks it out the no-looker out the back, Marnie. And another offload. Marnie's there again to collect this one. Goes himself. Puts the head down. Can't get through. Fifth and last. Right in front of the post. Moses drops a cold. Mitchell Moses. What have you done? Ed Vogel says, who do you think has been the best buy of the season so far? You know, before today, I probably would have said Nico Hines for the Sharks. But Nico Hines stunk up the joint today. So I'm going to have to say, clearly, not even close, the best buy of the season has been the Broncos snapping up Adam Reynolds. Wow, a penalty now for inside 10, and the Roosters go into Eels territory, and they will get the last say in this first half. And I tell you what, if they score a try on the back of this, don't want to call it too early, but a try here it's going to make it very difficult for the Eels. If the Roosters score here and take a 20-point lead into halftime. Moses up out of the line. Shuts Walker down. Had to make the tackle stick. You've got to make those stick if you rush up out of the line, and he did. Fourth tackle now. Roosters not really trying anything too extravagant here. They're actually going to go for a drop goal. What's the bloody use of going 15 points ahead? There was still 30 seconds left. There was still time for another play. Put the ball in the air and challenge. 1 point has done absolutely nothing for them. They're 15 points ahead now instead of 14, which accomplishes absolutely nothing. I mean, I might look foolish come full time if they win by 1 point, but I don't understand that at all. I don't understand that in the slightest. There was still time for another play. Put the ball up high, challenge, go for the 4, go for the 6. They've settled for 1, which puts them 15 points clear instead of 14, which accomplishes absolutely bloody nothing. All right, I'm going to have a quick break, and we will chat some more Origin during the halftime break. All right, so halftime in this game. It's another lopsided one. 21 points to 6. Roosters ahead. And of course, in the first game, it was it was 20 points to 0, wasn't it? Halftime in the first game, the Raiders Sharks game. So, yeah, a couple of intriguing scorelines on the final day of Magic Round, going into the halftime break. All right, so State of Origin. Let's see what we've got here. There is actually a thing. Okay, I will tell you guys about this. Okay, so 2022 New South Wales Blues Origin picker. Okay, I'll let you guys know about this, just in case you didn't know about it already. So, I'll share this link in the chat room. I'm going to share that link in the chat room for you. YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. Facebook. Okay, there we go. I'm going to share that link with you. Because what this is, the Bryden's Lawyers New South Wales Blues team picker. The Bryden's Lawyers New South Wales Blues team picker returns in 2022 with great prizes to be won. As well as the major prize, New South Wales Rugby League will be announcing a weekly prize winner for one lucky Bryden's Lawyers New South Wales Blues fan to have shared their team via Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. Click here to pick your team. Okay, so basically you are selecting a Blues squad. Share your would-be State of Origin team for upcoming Origin 1 via the Bryden's Lawyers New South Wales Blues team picker page to Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram using the hashtag #BackInBlue and Bryden's Lawyers team picker. And opt in to receive marketing and promotional communications from Bryden's Lawyers. I don't know how they enforce that second one. I really see no way that they can enforce that second part of the equation. But anyways, there is a major prize here. Now, that's the link that I've shared in the chat room. There is a major prize for Category 1 tickets to Game 1 of the 2022 State of Origin Series in Sydney. 4 Bryden's Lawyers New South Wales Blues team signed jerseys from the 2022 State of Origin Series. 4 Money Can't Buy experiences to the Bryden's Lawyers New South Wales Blues Captain's Run session prior to Game 1 of the 2022 State of Origin Series. And there are also some minor prizes to give away. A New South Wales Blues scarf. What a step down in the prizes that is. You know, if you win the major prize, you get your tickets to the game, you get your signed jersey, and you get to go to the Captain's Run. And then the minor prizes, it's just a huge step down. You can win a scarf or you can win a beanie. Or 2 tickets, or 2, like, crappy tickets to Game 1. So, 3 of the minor prizes are gone already, so we still have time. We still have time to pick the team and get in and potentially win one of the major prizes. There's one more minor prize left, and there's the major prize left. So there is still time for you to enter this thing. But the reason I wanted to bring it up is because we're obviously discussing State of Origin. We've been discussing State of Origin a lot. It is sort of getting to that time, isn't it? It's getting to that time. Getting to Origin time. So what I'm going to try and do here, as it is halftime in this contest, let's try and let's see. I'm going to try and put this up on the screen and hopefully not like destroy everything in the process. Browser source. All right. So yeah, we do want to put that there. Okay, New South Wales team picker. Let's open that up there and let's go ahead and close off the play-by-play for now. Okay, because this is what we want to do. We want to have a look at that is officially not the thing that I wanted to click on. This is the one I wanted to click on. We want to interact with this. Okay, so for the New South Wales Blues team picker, we've already established we've basically got some absolute dead set certainties to lock in. I need this to be a little bit bigger, don't I? I need this larger down the screen. We probably want that to be about 800. Okay, further. We want that to be about 1,000. You can see that I've clearly thought this through. And there we go. That's a better looking scenario there. There's our team picker. All right. So, what have we got? Let's have a look. Let's pick ourselves a New South Wales Blues squad. If we can be in agreement. All right. So, obviously, first, Tedesco. James Tedesco is an absolute dead set certainty lock for fullback. The other people that we can lock in, well and truly lock in, our halfback Nathan Cleary, dead set certainty. 5/8, dead set certainty, Jerome Luai. And I reckon, in all honesty, a lock for lock, lock him in for lock, Isaiah Yeo. So I reckon we've got some dead set certainties there. And finishing off the spine, an absolute 100% certainty for hooker Damien Cook. So there we go. We've got our spine in place already. Fullback, halfback, 5/8, hooker, and lock. I think we can all agree on that. That's looking pretty good so far. Damien Cook, Isaiah Yeo, Nathan Cleary, Jerome Luai, and James Tedesco. Now, the other thing that we can completely lock in is Tom Trbojevic is definitely taking one of the center positions. So let's go ahead and lock him in. Props, okay, I reckon for prop, Payne in the Haas. Payne in the Haas is definitely taking one of those positions. I mean, forget about it. Payne in the Haas has been on fire. And I stand by my decision that in the wings, you've got Josh Adokar and you've got Brian To'o. The incumbents will get first crack. For game one, at least, lock those guys in for your wing positions. So, I mean, look, we're pretty much done, aren't we? We're almost done. We've essentially got the skeleton of a team. Now, I don't know if Cameron Murray is going to be fit for game one. If he's fit, he's in the team. So we put Cameron Murray on an edge. So, ignoring the bench for now, we basically just need to put forward another prop, another edge forward, another center. And I reckon we can sign off pretty confidently on Katoni Staggs. Katoni Staggs or Stephen Crichton. Toss a coin. I dare say that Katoni Staggs probably just gets the nod ahead of Stephen Crichton at the moment. Although I would not be surprised, and I also wouldn't complain, should Stephen Crichton get the call there. Stephen Crichton could also potentially be. Now, see, if we want to talk about your 14, let's talk 14 on the bench roll. And let's lock that in, because honestly, I would have said Nico Hines there. I would have said Nico Hines, but out of the past few weeks, he's had a couple of complete nightmares scenarios, hasn't he? He's had a couple of nightmarish runs the past few weeks, so I'm not completely sold. Is this outlandish? Is this outlandish enough to say that potentially Stephen Crichton comes into that utility role? Now, the drawback of that is that he can't cover the halves. He's pretty much a winger, a centre, or a fullback. But I figure they were talking about Ryan Papenhuyzen being the 14, and Ryan Papenhuyzen is a fullback and a fullback only, with absolutely no utility value whatsoever. And they were talking about having him in the 14 role, so at least Stephen Crichton brings 3 possible positions. But if you want to cover off a number of positions, look, there's also Jack Whiten. Jack Whiten's the incumbent. Freddie Fittler seems to really love Jack Whiten. I wouldn't at all be surprised with Papenhuyzen's injury to see Jack Whiten there. And, of course, you could also go, despite a couple of really dodgy performances in recent weeks, Nico Hines has already been part of the squad. He was part of the extended training squad for last season's State of Origin. He can play in the halves. He can play fullback. I don't know whether he brings any more utility value to, I don't think you would throw him in at the centres. I don't think defensively he is sound enough to play in the centres. But maybe you look at having him there. Just so that you've got somebody to cover the halves. I mean, if Nathan Cleary falls over early in a contest, you probably want somebody like a Jack Whiten or a Nico Hines on the bench that can come in and cover one of the halves positions. So anyways, let's leave that with us for now, because the teams are back out for the second half. That was a good bit of fun, that. I have been meaning to do that for a couple of weeks now, actually. The old team picker. But we are underway here in the second half, 21 points to 6. The Roosters do have the lead over the Eels. Second half is underway. I do not understand the decision to take a shot at field goal. I really don't. 15 points versus 14 points lead really doesn't do anything for me. I would have liked to see the blowtorch applied. And I think the Eels will be happy that they didn't have to fend off a last-minute kick in the first half, and they could just wander off into a half-time break, get their talking to from Brad Arthur, and come out in the second half. And Mitchell Moses on the back of that first set of 6 goes high. Tedesco, no pressure whatsoever, takes it cleanly. Oh, and he's taken high here, Tedesco. Nothing further doing here in that scenario. If anyone wants to have a look for it, I've had a look previously to see if I could find a Maroons one. There doesn't seem to be one. I haven't been able to find it, if it does exist. I mean, it would be great if there was, because it's a good little bit of fun, isn't it? Just for a laugh. Good little bit of fun. 5th and last here for the Roosters. Michelle's like, no, nobody wants to see a Maroons one. What are you talking about? Gutherson takes this one back. Tackle 1 for the Eels. Oh, what a big, don't argue there. Pinasini. Pinasini with a big shrug off. There we go. Robert M has found an equivalent on 0 tackle. So there we go. Maybe we can have a look at that. I don't want to click on it right now because actually, let me open it in a new window. Let's see what it is. Pick your team. Queensland Maroons. There we go. Okay. It'll be interesting to see if this is up to date, but I don't suppose it really matters because the Maroons basically pick themselves in a lot of capacities as well. Thanks for that, Robert. Momirovski breaks through and gets it off to Tupou. One-on-one with Gutherson, and he is chopped down, and Moses comes in and helps from behind, and they get him down, and they survive this one. Tedesco offloads Carey over the basketball over the top to Manu. Manu flicks it out the back to absolutely nobody. It's play on is the call. Everybody stood off thinking it was a knock on or a forward pass. And play just stopped. And Suali, Joseph Suali, has just got played to the whistle like you're taught to do. Play to the whistle. Everybody else stopped. And Suali has just gone, I'll have a try, thank you. And suddenly, the Roosters are up 25 points to 6. So Joey Manu here flicks it out the back, and everybody just stopped, really. Everybody just stopped and went, screw it. Bollocks to it. That's definitely a forward pass or a knock-on. We're just going to stop playing. And Suali picks it up, swoops on the loose ball, scores the try. 25 points to 6. Well, I'll tell you what, this is actually a difficult kick, so if there's a missed conversion here, suddenly Sam Walker's one-pointer at the back end of the first half doesn't look so stupid anymore. Yeah. Oh, how are you doing there, eh? How are you going? How are you doing? Oh, you're so snuggly, huh? You're so snuggly. Is he really tall, or is Luke Keary just really tiny? It's a bit hard to tell. Sam Walker from out wide. If he misses this conversion, it justifies his attempted field goal at the back end of the first half. And he does, holy hell, does he miss the goal or what? He's been taking conversion lessons from Nico Hines, and that's a very big miss. And suddenly that drop goal is not looking so stupid anymore as they hold on to a 25 point to 6 lead. Hey. Is this the turning point of the season? We talk about turning points. Is this the turning point of the season for the Roosters? Because they have looked very, very hot and cold, very average in the season so far, and you were just waiting. You were just waiting for them to click. And whoever was going to be on the receiving end of a Roosters performance when they click and everything sort of falls into place for them, they were going to be on the receiving end of a little bit of a touch-up. And is that what we are witnessing here tonight? Are the Eels the unfortunate recipients of a suddenly clicking, suddenly full-strength Roosters? Fifth and last, Keary inside 40. No chance of a 40-20. Gutherson takes it on the full and brings it back. And the Eels, really need to pull their finger out here if they're even going to make a contest out of this match. So Hargraves scored in the 3rd minute. Tedesco scored in 12th minute. Sam Walker scores 24th minute. And Suali in the 43rd minute. 6 again here for the Eels. Can they get themselves down here and put some pressure on and get themselves back into this contest? At the moment, it's really looking a lot like the last game, just, unexpectedly one-sided. Moses to Papali'i. Papali'i wants that second try. Papali'i gets his second try. He was not having anybody deny him of getting a double here today. You just got that feeling about him. You got that feeling about him. Every time he got the ball, he just went straight head on for the try line. He was not being denied a second try tonight. And I would not at all be surprised if he gets a third as well. Robert M says, "Did you hear that? Did you hear that about Trent Barrett, Dan?" What's that? I actually just opened up a window there off to the side, and I saw an article about how apparently they're losing patience. The directors are losing patience with a struggling Trent Barrett. Papali'i was not to be denied a second. He is a try-scoring machine. Bulldogs called a team meeting tomorrow on his decision. Is that right? Where do they go, though? If you're the Bulldogs right now, where do you go? I mean, you're kind of stuck with him in a way, aren't you? unless somehow they've convinced Gus Gould to walk away from his broadcasting gigs and take on a head coaching role, which I can't imagine being the case. Conversion successful, 25 points to 12. And you just get the feeling that maybe me taking the piss out of Sam Walker, taking that drop goal at the end of the first half, is going to come back to bite me. It's suddenly looking like a very good decision as the Eels get themselves a little bit closer. On the back of that field goal, 2 more converted tries, and they're still behind. Here's some space out wide if Gutherson can get it there. He's trying. He's circling around, looping around. And he's taken down on the 5th and last. Short side play. Moses. Grubbers through for himself. Kicks again a second time. Does it bounce up? It does. Mitchell Moses. They are back. They are back, the Eels. 25 points to 16. Kick to come. Oh, who gave up? Who gave up? Nobody. This is game on. I thought they had completely ballsed this up by going down the short side. And Moses has just made... Ooh, let's check the sideline. Let's check the sideline. Was he in contact with the sideline when his boot touched the ball? We might have to have a closer look at that. I don't think so. I think he's fine. Let's have a look, though. Yes, he's still in. And then he kicks it again. Tedesco is wrong-footed by that one, and it pops up nicely for him. Mitchell Moses. That was a little bit of a touch of Munster genius, that one. A little bit of Munster fairy dust sprinkled over Mitch Moses right there for that try. And I do, of course, only say that to piss Michelle off. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. 25 points to 16. Kick to come. And just like that, in the span of 2 minutes, literally 2 minutes apart, the Eels have gone back-to-back, bang, bang, game on. Game on. Moses to convert his own try, potentially. Oh, does it come back around? It does indeed. 25 points to 18. And with every passing minute here, that Sam Walker drop goal is looking more and more like the best decision of the entire weekend. Game on here. Game bloody on. Underway again. Very important now. This set of 6 after points. Always important. Always crucial. But you feel like this is a huge one. I mean, if they can get themselves upfield again, go argy-bargy, over they go, and suddenly it's a 1-point ball game, that would be huge. Excuse me for a moment, I do have something in my eye. Whew. Okay. Oh, Moses with the kick. Oh, what a kick. Tedesco's let it bounce. And that was a good set of 6 on the back of points. Solid. They got through it. They got the ball down the other end. Tedesco lets it bounce for some reason. Into Eels territory here. Go the Roosters. Angus Crichton has it stripped. That will be 6 again. I would have thought. But apparently not. Manu fends off. Is eventually wrangled in. 5th and last. I don't understand how that ball popped out from Angus Crichton if it wasn't touched by an Eels player. Great chase there. Momorowski was right up in his face. And it's tackle 1, a metre out from their own line here, the Eels. Under pressure on the kick chase. It was a good one. Papali'i wants that 3rd try. He wants the hat trick. Junior Paulo still hasn't finished his haircut, I see. Still only half done. Moses gets shoved after he makes the kick. You've got to be careful with stuff like that. And Tedesco lets the ball bounce again. Props to Tedesco. 53 minutes of the contest gone, and his pants have not come down. Not once. Yeah, Tedesco's been taking fullback tips off Dylan Edwards, apparently, because the Panthers are another team that let the ball bounce every time, and that really frustrates me. It really frustrates me watching the games and seeing a fullback let the ball bounce. So dangerous, so risky. Carey with the bomb. No pressure on the kick receiver. Well, there is now. They didn't put pressure on the kick, but they did put pressure on the kick return, and he got absolutely destroyed in that tackle. And the Roosters defending solidly here. Nowhere to go for the Eels. Gutherson out of dummy half. Nice little dart for tackle 4. Tries his best to milk a 6 again or a penalty. Nothing doing, mate. You are not that good an actor at all. That was horrible. 5th and last, just outside the 40 is Moses. Tedesco lets it bounce, and it bounces back nicely for him. That one was a bit more understandable, though. I can understand why he let that one bounce. Totally, because it's either going to bounce back into the end goal and it's going to go over the dead ball line, or if he hangs back and it does the back spin, the back bounce, he's hanging back, he's got it covered. Carey offloads to Ali, to Walker. And Watson takes the run up. Tedesco thinks he sees a little bit of a gap in between Papali'i, but Papali'i's having a great game and he's having none of it. No sir, Teddy, no sir. Carey puts it down, no pressure on the receiver again. But what's the defense like with the hit up? He got barreled last time and he breaks away from one here, bumps off, fell over in the tackle as well. Out of dummy half again, Opacek. They're asleep there, the Roosters defense. And that was a good run. And they're approaching the halfway line now, the Eels. Halfway through their set. Moses steps, tries to keep going, tries to milk a penalty. He's going to challenge it, but, you've got to be a little bit realistic. Oh, Tupou? Is that Tupou or Suwali? Tupou or Suwali? I think it's Suwali in a little bit of trouble there for the Roosters. Moses is he's gone way too quick here. Moses was extremely premature there in an attempt to play the ball. And I don't think he's winning this one. You've got to be realistic about it. Oh, he's going to win the challenge. Jesus, now that's a Paramatta call and a half there. Hashtag penalty para. Oh, so Suwali's had a head clash. A big head clash, and that's why he looks a bit dozy in back play. There's Suwali. Six again on tackle 1. Could be another one there too. Hargraves very slow to his feet. And another try here makes it very, very interesting indeed. This is what we were offload from Paulo to Marnie. It's try time, is it? Yes, it is. Try time under the post. 25-24 incoming. Game well and truly on. Paramatta have suddenly found their sails. And I tell you what, Sam Walker seems like a goddamn genius at this point in time. I took the piss out of him. I took the absolute piss. I said, why would you waste your time taking a field goal to go 15 points clear instead of 14? And then what proceeded to happen was a missed conversion. And now the Eels have just gone bang, bang, bang. Ryan Madison in under the post. The conversion is a guaranteed success. And suddenly the Roosters are ahead by that same drop goal. Imagine, Vobsy says, imagine pushing your opponent over the try line to get a try. And that's what Jared Waerea-Hargreaves just did in that scenario. He tried to make the cover tackle. Hang on, what's happening here? Try confirmed. I don't know why the referee's standing in front of the kick. 25-24. Wow, wow, wow. We definitely have game on here. Sam Walker is long way to go in this one, of course. 20 and a half minutes. Long way to go in this one still. But Sam Walker looking like an absolute genius right about now. Three tries in 10 minutes has brought the Eels right back into this contest. And it will be very interesting to see, do they carry on with it here? And do the Eels just run away with this game now? Or do the Roosters, how do they react to this? How do they respond? Do they harden up? Do they step up and close this down and wrestle some momentum back? Oh, that's a huge hit. That is a massive hit. Junior Paulo just had the rest of his hand knocked off there. Oh, no, he didn't. It's still only half done. Fifth and last, Moses. Tedesco catches it on the full for the first time all night that I can remember. And he brings it back. And look at that territorial advantage he gets from actually taking the ball on the full. And there is the man who did the big hit, bringing the ball forward. Tedesco's in there at first receiver. Walker now loops around, has got space. Tupou back inside to Momorowski. Shrugs away from one. Offloads to Tedesco, ranging up on the inside. Fifth and last. His pants are nearly down. That's the closest we've got all night to a Tedesco ass crack. A kick out to the corner. Suwali over the top of everybody. Up there, Gazali. Try time in the corner. And there, that answers my question. Where do the Roosters go from here? Do they harden up and get themselves back into this contest as far as momentum goes? Yes, they do. Keary, pinpoint perfect. That is the mark of the year. Right over the top of, I think, was that Bailey Simonson that just got absolutely destroyed, Aussie rules style. No, it was Hayes Perham. Hayes Perham just totally outleaped in the air. And, Joseph Suwali. No chance. No chance. Look at that. Up there, Gazali, mark of the century. Try time. Another conversion from the sideline. Attempt. Whoa, 17 and a half minutes to go. We are in for a grandstand finish, as they say, to this contest. Especially, can you imagine if he misses this goal? And there's every likelihood that he will miss this goal. Can you imagine he misses this goal? And we are 5 points differential going into the last 10 minutes. Oh, imagine it all comes down to a conversion from the sideline. Eels to potentially win 30 points to 29. Now that's a grandstand finish. All right, I'm going to stay and watch this conversion. Sam Walker, right on the sideline. Not on his favourite side, I dare say. And he has made an absolute shank of it. And here we go. Here we go. I just gave the scenario. A try in the corner, right on the stroke of full time. A conversion from the sideline to potentially win it for the Eels. 30 points to 29. The script has been written. And it could play out perfectly here. All right, I'm going to have a quick break while they restart. And this is a good set of 6 after points. Manu takes it up over halfway on tackle 4. And here they've got the stretched out to the left again. They just can't quite get the offload away and get it out there. 5th and last. Right on halfway. Kiri, high ball. Gutherson takes it on the full. There's no letting it bounce on that side of the field. (29-24), 15 and a half to go. Byron Davidson says Broncos 7th. Love to see it. Oh, he's tripped over Sam Walker there and fallen on his head. Dangerous stuff there. I mean, nothing done on purpose by anybody, but he's just fallen over. Tupou collects this kick on the 5th and last and brings it back. Broke through Mitchell Moses. Is pulled down in the second attempt at the tackle, though, by Dylan Brown. Indeed, the dude just did a front flip. That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. He fell out. Sam Walker was just there, and he's fallen over him and just tumbled. Whoop. Tupanua, another solid hit up. He's been really running the ball hard. 5th and last now, short side. Kiri, high ball, 40 metres out. Chase on Gutherson. Oh, Gutherson's been taken in the air there, you would think. Contact was made, but it's a contest for the ball. They've deemed it. Risky business there. Risky business. That would have been close. You would have to think that was a close call, and it could have been a disastrous scenario. for the Roosters to give away a penalty at that stage. Fifth and last now, Eels. Just shy of the halfway line. Moses kicks it deep. Deep. And Tedesco takes it on the full again. Good to see. You want to see them take the ball on the full, is what you want to see. Who's going to crack? Momorowski shrugs away from Moses. Moses comes back at him, though, and gets him in the second attempt. Tedesco, ranging up on the inside, tries to fight his way free. But it's the fifth and last. Eels 40-metre line. Keary goes high. Perham takes it easily. No pressure on the receive, but pressure on the return. And that 20-metre... Oh, big hit there from Keary, of all people, on Gutherson. Tackle 2, 20 metres out. Inside ball to Marnie. Did a good job holding onto that ball, because that was not meant for him, surely. Well, I mean, it was meant for him, but he wasn't anticipating it. That's what I mean. Fourth tackle now, fifth and last on the halfway line. Where's Mitchell Moses? He is to the right on the halfway. They're running it on the fifth and last. Papali'i. Papali'i with the kick. And what a take there from Tupou. And that was a bit of a botched fifth and last there from Mitch Moses and the Eels. You would think, because you probably don't want Isaiah Papali'i taking your fifth and last kick. And the end result of all of that little mix-up on the fifth and last, means the Roosters are now tackle 4, 40 metres out from the line. Keary runs, short ball. Tackled on the fifth and last, 30 metres out. Short side play again. Keary goes high. There's pressure on the receiver this time. Gutherson's up. Gutherson takes it. Gutherson's got it. There was a fight for the ball, one-on-one, but Gutherson holds on to it. MPSH podcast. Raiders did good against the Sharks, didn't they? I don't know that the Raiders did good. The Sharks were just abysmal. The Sharks probably put in the worst performance of the club's history. I don't think the Raiders necessarily did anything outstanding, because they really didn't need to. Yeah, the Sharks just didn't even show up. The Suncorp curse continues for the Sharks, whether they're playing the Broncos or not. No knock on here for the Eels, knocked backwards. Fifth and last, though. Still on their own side of halfway. And Brown puts the kick into the corner. Is this a 40-20? It's hit the corner post. Unlucky. It wasn't a 40-20 because he was at the halfway line, but unlucky there. It hits the corner post rather than going out over the sideline. Byron Davidson says, if Cleary was to get injured before Origin, who would get the 7 shirt? Well, I personally would give it to Adam Reynolds. But Freddie Fittler seems to have a dislike for Adam Reynolds, doesn't he? Because when Cleary got injured for Game 3 last year, rather than the obvious choice of Reynolds and Walker, he decided to go with Whiten and Mitch Moses, and of course we all know what happened. So yeah, I mean, surely you go Adam Reynolds. After his Game 3 performance last season, Mitchell Moses is going to have to wait a very long time to get anywhere near a Blues jumper again, in my opinion. He was disastrous in that Game 3, wasn't he? Disastrous. Handed the game to Queensland on a silver platter, him and Jack Whiten. Tedesco threatening. Nearly gets through. He's just held by a thread of his sleeve. Fifth and last here. They're running it. Manu offloads. Tupanua offloads. Suali offloads. And then it's eventually knocked on. Is it knocked on or knocked back? It's knocked back, apparently. Knocked back by the Roosters. They will get the ball back again here. Manu with a great offload. Oh, yeah, it was touched first by the Eels. There you go. Byron Davidson says if it was Game 3 and New South Wales already won the series, then I would let Moses. I wouldn't. I still wouldn't. Mitchell Moses is not the future number 7 for the Blues, so I don't really see the point of picking him. He was so poor in Game 3 last year. I don't think he gets anywhere near the Blues squad ever again, personally. But here's a chance now for the Roosters to go a long way towards sealing this contest. Tackle number 2, right in front of the post. Oh, short ball to Tupanua. And Tupanua is hammered. And the mistake is forced. What a tackle by Dylan Brown. Now there's a man who is in form. And we have time off here. Oh, shoulder to the face. This could be a penalty to the Roosters. You hate to see it. Jeez. Oh, God, I don't know. That was solid contact. Dylan Brown has been in fantastic form. He's been on fire. Tupanua's in trouble. Oh, he is down and out, isn't he? Concerning scenes here when you see a player prone on his back. Oh, Dylan Brown's off here. Dylan Brown's off. He's getting marched. No, he's not. He's only getting put on report. On report and penalty, and you would have to think they take the 2 here, the Roosters. You've got to take the 2 in this scenario. Ahead by 5, you put yourself up by 7. Samuel Jackson, ahoy there, mate. I don't have any multis this weekend. I haven't had time to even think about multis. And I also always take a break from betting on Magic Round because Magic Round, you can never be certain of anything. I mean, look at all the upsets that have already happened. So yes, I completely stay away from betting on Magic Round in any capacity. And you absolutely take, this is a gift 2 points. An absolute gift 2 points. Put themselves up by 7 with 7.5 minutes to go. And you know what? In all honesty, I completely took the piss out of him at halftime for taking the field goal. But how crucial, how good is that decision for the drop goal looking now? I take it all back. I take it all back. I've been proved wrong, well and truly wrong. And that seems like an absolutely genius decision now from Sam Walker to take the 2. This is going to put them 7 clear with 6 minutes to go in this contest. Easy as you like, over it goes. 31 points to 24, 6.5 minutes to go. Papali'i's nearly had his head taken off by a rogue football. So the live ladder sees the Roosters jumping up to 4th and Paramatta down to 6th. And the Sharks, despite their insanely crappy performance tonight, undeservedly would hold on to 5th place on the ladder. Gutherson with the short kickoff. They need the ball, but Manu is up there. Manu takes it cleanly, and the Roosters have the ball now in fantastic field position. That one did not quite work out for the Eels. Walker with that premeditated call on the inside. Again, it was a hospital pass, but Crichton has made an absolute gem out of that scenario. Sam Walker really needs to put to bed that premeditation, letting the opposition know what he's doing. I think you get the feeling he's setting up for something. Gary now with the high ball midfield, chasing through, pressure on Gutherson. He takes it cleanly, though. Ahoy there, Kelly Wolu. 31-24 indeed. 5 minutes to go. Eels ball, though, 20 metres out from their own line. Tackle 4. What can they come up with? You feel like they probably need a try, sort of, now. You get that impression. 5th and last now. A 40-20 would really shake up this ball game. 40-20, come on. Let's see it happen. It's back to Moses. Moses is running. Papali'i. They've got space on the outside. Simonson kicks it in field. Tedesco covers it. And Tedesco takes it in. And there'll be nothing too extravagant here from the Roosters, you would expect. They will just be playing 1 out, hit-ups. One out hit-ups you would anticipate for this whole set. They don't care about field position. All they care about right now is the time. There is 3 minutes, 50 seconds left. Tedesco with a great run. 5th and last. Gary from inside the 40 just goes as deep as possible. Deep as possible. And a good return here for the Eels. But they've got 3.5 minutes to now go. 80 metres upfield to score a try and then get back and score some points again. Moses steps inside, is wrangled down from behind. Tackle 2. And the Roosters, they just have to front up on defence here for another 2 tackles. Moses short to Papali'i. Papali'i offloads. Simonson thought he had some space, but he has to cut back inside. And midfield tries to bump away. Offloads. And now there is space here. Gutherson's pass is atrocious, though, and it goes to ground. And Opacek Doesn't die with the ball, though. He gets the offload away. And it's an offload to Brown again, and here's space. Brown has got some huge space. Grubber's in, and he's grubbed it way too deep. He's kicked it for the crowd in the first row. Oh, there was some huge space there, and he knows it. He knows it. Look at the space that opened up here. Inside was Gutherson. Gutherson was unmarked inside, and he is upset. Gutherson is in under the posts, and we have a grandstand finish. But he doesn't even look. He only had eyes for the outside. He only had eyes for those people in the front row that he was kicking the ball to. And that was a real missed opportunity there. If he sees Gutherson inside, Gutherson is in under the sticks, untouched. And suddenly they've got another set of 6 to try and steal this game. Fifth and last here, Roosters. What do? They just plug it into the sideline here. Walker steps. Walker runs. Walker takes the tackle. 1.5 minutes to go. 1 minute 20 to be precise. And Parramatta have got to go 80 metres. Score a try. Get the ball back. And then try and come up the field again. Offload to Marnie. Gutherson trying to do it on his own here. Tackle 2. 50 seconds to go. 6 more. Not letting Gutherson up. They don't care at this point. They can give away all the set restarts in the world. Who cares at this point? Into Roosters territory. You would think if they score a try here, they would essentially have to bypass the shot at goal. And there's a knock on Papali'i. And the Roosters come away with it. And that is absolutely the game. Papali'i with the error. Seven seconds left. Just take the hit-ups now. 0. Time is up on the clock. There is the siren. The referee says we are done. We are all said and done, folks. The Roosters, 31 points to 24. And how massive did it turn out to be? Like, that drop goal that I took the absolute bollocks out of at halftime actually proved to be quite crucial. Quite crucial because it just changed the entire mindset. It's a completely different ball game if it's 6 points instead of 7, you know what I mean? It just changes the entire attacking mindset of a team when you're trying to run down a converted try as opposed to a converted try and then more points on the back of it. 31 points to 24. Let's check out some statistics. Let's get a little bit of a statistical analyses on the game. And it probably helps if I have the right thing open on my on my screen. Would be helpful, wouldn't it? Okay, so let's go ahead and interact with this page right here. So let's try and get some team stats up. Let's have a look at what went on here at the back end of this game. $31 points to 24, of course, the final score. 31-24, final score. Okay, here we go. I've got it open now. Let's have a look at some stats. Team stats. What have we got going on? All right, so the Eels actually ended that game. The Eels ended that game with more possession 52% to the Roosters 48. And slightly more time in possession as well. Completion rate was pretty even, 87, 86. Attacking runs, all pretty even. Overall, the stats so far, a pretty even contest. Look at the line breaks, the post-contact meters. We are pretty even all the way through so far. Tackle breaks, slightly more to the Eels. Average set distance, pretty even. Kick return, pretty even. Play the ball speed, pretty even. Offloads, exactly even. Kicks, pretty even. Kicking meters, pretty even. Where was the difference in this game? The difference in this game was, not even the errors. Even the errors. The difference in the game is probably the penalties conceded. 6 penalties conceded by the Eels, 2 to the Roosters. But the Roosters gave away way more ruck infringements. But statistically, an incredibly even contest. Absolutely unbelievably even contest. I'm actually really surprised by that. It felt like for large portions of that the Roosters actually dominated the game, but I mean they really didn't, did they? That was a pretty even contest. 7 points difference in the end. Amazing stuff. Amazing. All right. I've got to be perfectly honest. My voice is absolutely shot to pieces. My voice is just completely ruined. And I was going to do the Tigers Cowboys game, but in all honesty, I just don't think I can. So I am going to go ahead and call it a night. Because honestly, my voice is shot. I can barely speak anymore. I've been screaming all afternoon. Sharks, Raiders, Roosters, Eels. And as much as I would absolutely love to, I just can't do it. My voice is absolutely cut to ribbons. So I am going to give myself the rest of the night off. I'm going to thank you all so much for joining me. I very much appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you all next week, round 11. We will check out, let's check out what games are coming up next week. Before I disappear, what have we got coming up for round 11? So Thursday night's Broncos, we will do that game. We will definitely do Thursday night's game. Friday night, I'm pretty keen on the Eels-Sea Eagles game. And Saturday, what have we got Saturday? Nothing really doing Saturday, to be honest. Oh, Roosters-Panthers. That should be a good game. We'll do Roosters-Panthers on Saturday. Cool. Okay, so Thursday night is the next time that I will see you all, if you decide to come along and join me. And we will carry on our conversation as well. We'll carry over. We'll carry over into Thursday our New South Wales Blues team, which has now reset itself. So we're going to have to. God, we're going to have to, aren't we? Because it's all back to blank. All right. Thank you so much for joining me. I really need to go. I need to go and drink ridiculous amounts of water and rehydrate this voice box. So that is the end of Magic Round for us. There is, of course, another game to come. I'm going to leave it running on Discord. If you're part of the Discord, feel free to jump on in there and watch the game. I will also watch the game, or at least I'll follow along with it in some capacity. But yes, my night of commentary is done. My voice is absolutely cut to pieces. And I will see you all Thursday nights, Broncos. Thank you very much for joining me. Until then, cheers.